3. Daleth 2 equals XAKPEAGG equals WEEBSZ20WO and EVA WWPSY ALG CHESAD GATILA GABARAT 21 ZCA equals FE, XW6A equals EE, GCE5EXO. 16 Tower Makuth. The Secret Rituals of the Golden Dawn IER.G. Torrens Dennington Estate, Wellingborough. Copyright R.G. Torrens 1972 ISBN 085030097-5AO, Yena typeset in 11/12 Baskerville by Specialized Offset Services Limited, Liverpool, printed by Straker Brothers Limited, Whitstable, Kent, on antique laid paper supplied by P.F. Bingham Limited, Croydon, Surrey and bound by Webson & Co. Limited, Ferndale, Glam. Contents page He cult ceases to be a cult 15 The History of the Golden Dawn 23 The Holy Kabbalah 32-4. The 10 Sephiroth 45. The 22 Paths 45 Symbolism of the Temple, Z.1, 49 On the Grade of Neophyte, Z.3, 56 The Neophyte Ritual 0 equals 071J. The First Instructions 90-10. The Zelator Ritual 1 equals 1094-11. The Second Instructions 113-2. Theoreticus Ritual 2 equals 9-118. The Third Instructions 37. Practicus Ritual 3 equals 8_146. Philosophus Ritual 4 equals 7-166. Regalia 195. Members and their mottos 204. Members Comments 219. Bibliography 227 *288. Index 1 Terms marked * are edited from original manuscripts. Acknowledgements Thanks are due to the late E.G. Morley of Brighton who found these rituals for me some years ago, to my wife Margaret who typed the manuscript, and to Jeff E. Middleton of Cambridge who did the drawings. The universe of magic is in the mind of a man, the setting is but illusion even to the thinker. Aleister Crowley, The Equinox, Volume 1, Number 1, Supplement p.4. List of illustrations Frontispiece The paths on the tree Fig. 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 Ungmap Henri The paths and grades The temple in the 0 equals 0 Ritual altar symbol in the 0 equals 0 Ritual banner of the east Banner of the west Layman of the Hierophant Layman of the Hiereus Layman of the Hegemon The cup of the Stolestes 10 Temple in the 1 equals 10 Ritual, first part 11 Earth Tablet 12 The Flaming Sword 13 Altar symbol in the 1 equals 10 Ritual 14 The Hermetic Cross 15 Temple in the 1 equals 10 Ritual, second part _ 16 Rows of Creation, or Table of Shewbread 17 7 Branched Candlestick 18 The Heptagram of the 7 Days 19 Altar of Incense 20 Temple for the 32nd Path, in the 2 equals 9 Ritual 21 Air Tablet 22 Cubical Cross of 22 Squares 23 The Garden of Eden and the Holy City 24 Temple in the 2 equals 9 Ritual 25 Caduceus of Hermes 26 Altar symbol in the 2 equals 9 Ritual 27 Sash of Theoreticus 28 Gehenna, or 7 Infernal Mansions and 4 Seas 29 Duplicated form of alchemical Sephiroth 30 Geometrical lineal figures 31 Serpent on the tree 32 16 Figures of geomancy 33 Banishing pentagram 34 Kamea of moon 35 Moon tablet 36 Temple for the 31st path, in the 3 equals 8 Ritual 37 Fire tablet 38 Altar symbol in the 3 equals 8 Ritual 39 Solar Greek cross 40 Solid triangular pyramid of fire 41 Water tablet 42 Temple for the 30th path, in the 3 equals 8 Ritual 43 Mercury on tree 44 Attribution of the 10 Sephiroth to the 4 letters 45 The 10 Sephiroth in the 7 palaces 46. The Garden of Eden before the fall. 47. Temple for the 3 equals 8 Ritual of Practicus. 48. Kamea of Mercury. 49. Unification of planets in Mercury. 50. Temple in Hot and for the 29th path, 4 equals 7 Ritual 265. 51. Temple for the 28th path, 4 equals 7 Ritual. 52. Temple for the 27th path, 4 equals 7 Ritual. 53. Entry into Netzach for the 4 equals 7 Ritual. 54. Calvary Cross of 12 squares G. 55. Serpent of Brass Fig. 56. The Kabbalah of 9 chambers Fig. 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 57. The Tarot on the Tree of Life. 58. Tablet of 3 columns. 59. Talismanic form. 60. Solid pyramid of the elements. 61. Holy names in the 4 worlds. 62. Yetziratic attributions. 63. Further attributions of polygrams. 262. 263. 264. 264. 266. 267. 268. 269. 270. 27. K 272 272 274 275 276 277 278 64 Number of possible modes of describing the lineal figures 65 10 Numbers divided into tetrad and hexad 66 Geomantic figures on the tree 67 Calvary cross of 10 squares 68 Alchemical salt on the tree 279 280 281 282 Eden after the fall. A student of the occult in modern times cannot extend his researches very far without meeting some reference to the Golden Dawn, or some of its members. Real information about this body is not easy to find. Whatever the origin of the order, there is no doubt whatsoever that it had a valuable place around the turn of the century. Unfortunately, its history was soon to be mingled with dissent. Bureaucratic control lapsed into dictatorship, the fundamental tenets became altered, rituals were modified, and disruption led the way to its decay. All this does not alter the fact that the format of the rituals and ceremonies was related to the Kabbalah system of philosophy. This allowed for the correlation of various correspondences to a common denominator, i.e., the paths and the Sephiroth on the tree of life. Thus the shape of the ceremonials was enabled to become the basis for what might be termed a mnemonic system of occult theory and practice. The most notable idea was the connection between the tree and the various grades and ceremonies of the paths, by which the neophyte was conducted up the ladder by well-defined steps, leading him through the realms of mystery of earth, water, air, and fire, each ceremony demonstrating the appropriate correspondences, see Figs 1 and 2. Ceremonies of the outer order. The whole rituals and other instruction documents require some 8 large files, and run to over 250,000 words. This is a problem in research which makes it difficult for the average inquirer to approach. For this reason this book is confined to the ceremonies of the outer order. Thus, an introduction to the basic ideas may then encourage the reader to explore further elsewhere. Even so, there is to be met in these rituals much which may appear silly and pedantic, some of the language is antiquated, the grammar curious, and a good deal is obscure. This may have been done for a purpose, to appear strange and so to help to shake the neophyte out of his old frame of mind, and help him to assume a different type of mental outlook which is necessary in the pursuit of magic. There is nevertheless a great deal of stimulating material which will assist the student in the study of that most interesting of all subjects, which is the magic of the mind. For the rituals can be adapted and modified, for use in one's own personal temple, thus helping to penetrate the deeper psychology of oneself by a guided tour of the inner recesses of one's own thinking computer. The chapters marked asterisk in the list of contents are edited from a set of manuscripts dated before the split and have some differences from those published elsewhere, as such they will be interesting for comparison. The other chapters are by way of explanation of the necessary background by which to understand the rituals. there is included a list of about 100 members with their mottos, which will be useful in reading other works about the order, as members are frequently referred to by the initials of their mottos. Only. Numbering of the grades. The numbering of the various grades is explained in the ceremonies. The sign equals does not mean equals, but rather it is a reference to the way up the tree being related to the way down. The Sephiroth are usually numbered from the top downwards, Kether being number 1. The grades, on the other hand, proceeded upwards. To designate this, the first number was written in a circle and the other in a square, as in Fig. 27. For simplicity, these have been omitted in the text. Since preparing this book for publication, another work has been brought to my notice which is very much on a parallel, namely Ritual Magic in England by Francis King, published by Neville Spearman Ltd. This work includes a very comprehensive outline of the history of the Golden Dawn and other orders of a similar nature, together with a great deal of information about the personalities and the troubles which beset the order from its inception. This book can be recommended to anyone who wishes to know the real story behind the occult revival at the end of the last century and on to the present day. Knowing the difficulty that I experienced in trying to compile Chapter 2 of this book, I can well imagine that Francis King's researches must have taken him many years. Finally, in presenting these rituals, the intention is that they should not be lost, but should be available for serious students to compare with others. There is no doubt that at different times rituals were altered for various reasons, not always good, and it can be claimed that those presented herein are those in use before the disintegration about 1900. And they differ in a number of respects from others available. These rituals are not meant for casual reading, although they can be interesting. They are meant to be studied and worked by a group, and when worked sincerely in this way can lead to an illumination not otherwise possible. The cult ceases to be a cult. The Great Hall, with its 8 osiride pillars, was wrapped in semi-darkness. Still darker were the inner hall and shrine. Behind the altar sat the 4 gods, Amen, Horus, Ptah and Ramses himself, now deified. All the east was a deep rosy flush, then that paled, and a hard white light filled the sky. Closer and whiter it grew, till with a sudden joyous rush, the sun swung up over the lower ridge of hill, and in an instant, like an arrow from the bow of Phoebus Apollo, one level shaft of light pierced the great hall and fell in living glory straight upon the shrine itself. Thus in a letter quoted by Plunkett, 1903, is described the sunrise in the great temple of Ramses II, at Abu Simbel. This was long before the flooding of the Nile Valley and the dissection of the rock-hewn temple and its re-erection on the nearby hilltop. The original temple was cut into the solid rock, and its chambers ran for a distance of nearly 200 feet, thus ensuring that the figures and altar were usually in darkness. According to Plunkett, the rising sun shines into it now, before removal, and must always have shone into the Holy of Holies of that rock-hewn temple on the morning of a day more than 2 months distant from the winter solstice, and somewhat less than a month before the season of the spring equinox. Behind the altar, the 4 figures are, according to Budge, 1925, colored, the first 2 red, the third blue, and the 4th white. Here in Egypt we have a temple with a date of about 1400 years BC dedicated to the chief deities of the 3 chief cities, namely Amon-Ra of Thebes, Are-Harakti, Harmachis, of Heliopolis and Ptah of Memphis. Co-equal in divinity and worship was Ramses II himself. All were partaking regularly of a ceremonial which was indeed the Golden Dawn. Choosing the mark master in spite of breaks in the continuity of teachings and ritual caused by world political upheavals and religious intolerance through the ages, many points of ritual can be traced to ancient ceremonial. So let us see how and where the Golden Dawn of 3,500 years ago can be found in modern ritual. At the installation of a master of a mark mason's lodge, it is explained how, after the death of Hiram Abif, as demonstrated in the 3rd degree, it was necessary to elect a presiding master to fill the place. On account of the number of able and intelligent craftsmen, it was difficult to choose one without giving umbrage to the rest. So it was determined to select 12 from those mark master masons who had already held office as overseers, and who were deemed superior to the others. These were instructed to repair on the following morning to a particular spot, and it was arranged that he who should first see the rays of the rising sun should be acknowledged master and supply the place of Hiram Abiff. Whilst the majority, looking towards the east, screened their eyes with their hands to guard them from the approaching glare, one turned towards the west and observed a sunbeam strike the roof of the temple. Such is the legend of how the mark master was chosen. This observer of the Golden Dawn could easily have been the candidate in a ritual of the same sort, and this could be taken as one item in a chain of circumstantial evidence. Many books have been published seeking evidence of the continuous transmission of ceremonial ritual through the ages. They have produced many arguments, many theories, much bile, but no evidence which would stand up to critical examination. As one sect or religion became powerful, others were subdued, eliminated, or sent under cover. This makes it impossible to prove continuity, but at least it is self-evident that the so-called secret doctrines have, in spite of all efforts to suppress them, managed to survive under many forms and await a scientific examination rather than a believer's acceptance. Thus and thus alone will the light of reason illuminate these teachings in order to purify them and eliminate deceit. The dawn of light of the sun is but the outward and visible sign of a more important light, which would appear to be the object of search in most, if not all, so-called occult societies and schools through the ages. Even today, after many thousand years, we can find a greater simplicity and truth in the ancient rituals of Egypt than in the extraordinary entanglement of systems that came to life during the years of the Christian era. From the remotest antiquity, allegedly scientific systems of Illuminism have been practiced daily by the multitude, much corrupted by an ignorant priesthood and by absurd superstitions and by a religion which fell to divine revelation instead of rising to a sublime art. Golden Dawn, a secret society of the multitude of systems and teachings. There were many variations, some deliberate, some accidental, which made it almost impossible for the sincere and critical student to correlate and check the information offered. The Order of the Golden Dawn was the first system which offered the possibility of bringing together the various occult teachings from many sources, and provided a means of testing the validity of the symbols and their correspondences. Yet unfortunately for the public, this body was in every sense of the word a secret society and was not open to spread its teachings. This secrecy eventually created a state of personal power in the rulers and led to its eventual dissolution. Nevertheless, the ritual teachings are worthy of a careful study by anyone who is seeking the light amongst the maze of so-called occult teachings, which are bandied about in these modern times. From this restricted state it is obvious that the general public and the student had very little hope of obtaining knowledge from this body, and in any case the public did not know of its existence until 1901, when the Horus scandal hit the headlines. As the rituals of the Golden Dawn were quoted by the prosecution as evidence of black magic, the associated publicity of the trial was no more than a 7 days wonder. In the national press, but some years after the scare had died down, Aleister Crowley published a number of the order papers of the Golden Dawn in his periodical The Equinox. Volume 1, No. I was published in March 1909. Subsequent numbers were issued each 6 months, at the equinoxes, up to number 10. Volume 2 was not issued, being termed a volume of silence. Volume 3, number 1 was published in Detroit in 1919. Number 2 reached proof stage, but was never issued. Number 3, The Equinox of the Gods, was all about the Book of the Law. Number 4, 8 lectures on yoga. Number 5, The Book of Thoth, a full description of the tarot cards, painted by Lady Freda Harris under Crowley's direction. This is probably the best book on the subject ever written. Number 6, The Book of Wisdom or Folly, was issued posthumously in 1916 in California by Carl J. Germer. Crowley's defense. Crowley's reasons for publishing the secret rituals are given at length in Volume 1, Number 4, pages 4 and 5. Summarized, they were that in 1904 he was ordered directly and definitely by a person who proved himself to be a messenger of a secret chief, 8 = 3, to publish the knowledge and rituals of the order, 1. In order to destroy that knowledge, so that the new knowledge to be revealed by himself might have room to grow, and 2. In order to stop the frauds of Mathers which were a disgrace to arcane science. The secrecy of these rituals was essential to the carrying on of these frauds. Crowley's defense, therefore, against the accusation of having revealed secrets entrusted to him was then threefold. 1. Secrets cannot be revealed or even communicated from one person to another. 2. One is not bound by an oath taken to any person who is a swindler trading upon the sanctity of one's oath to carry on his frauds. Especially is this the case when the person responsible assures one that it is in no way contrary to your civil, moral, or religious obligations. 3. He was not in any case bound to Mathers but to the secret chiefs, by whose direct orders he caused the rituals to be published. However weak these excuses, a great amount of Golden Dawn material was thus given to the public for the first time. Most of it was abbreviated with the object of attracting interested inquirers to become members of Crowley's own organization, which was by this time active. He had been removed from the original society by the poet W. B. Yeats, who was the chief in charge about 1900. After his dismissal he went to see Mathers, who initiated him into the higher degrees in the Temple of Horus in Paris. He was then instructed to ask Yeats for the papers relating to this grade. This request was refused, so Crowley is alleged to have broken into the London premises in order to obtain the papers. Secret papers reproduced most of the Golden Dawn material was published in the Equinox in 4 series entitled The Temple of Solomon the King, which also included a great amount of Crowley's work. According to J. O. Fuller, 1965, most of the editing of the early volumes was done by Victor Newberg and General Fuller. The office and headquarters was then at 124 Victoria Street SW, which was Crowley's flat. Many of the other secret papers were reproduced without any reference to their source. For example, Liber O in Volume 1, Number 2, p. 13 is an almost verbatim rehash of Document B, Lesser and Supreme Rituals of the Pentagram, to give just one example. Further information was given in Book 4, which was issued about 1911 in 4 parts. Later, in 1929, this was published as one volume, entitled Magic in Theory and Practice, and is probably still the best and most complete work on the subject. In 1909 Crowley published 777, which was reissued in America by Gerber in 1955, with additions from Crowley's notes. This is without doubt the most complete list of correspondences available and is arranged to fit the tree of life with mathematical precision. So it came about that from 1909 onwards the material of a previously secret system was made available to those who wished to study it, and there is no doubt that many did quite independently of or organized groups. That it was somewhat abbreviated and attenuated did not really matter, as those who were interested could find the basic material on which to work. Legal proceedings, as we will see later. The first publicity the order received was on account of the Horus trial with its adverse comments in the press. The second was early in 1910. Just 2 days after the bound copies of Volume 1, Number 3 of the Equinox had been delivered from the printers, an injunction to restrain publication was issued by Mr. Justice Bucknell at the request of Mathers. This was in the main because this issue was to contain the ritual of the ceremony of the Adeptus Minor, one of the most important rituals of the whole system. The subsequent legal proceedings both delayed the issue of Equinox and gave rise to a vast amount of publicity. Most of the daily newspapers published long, sensational articles on the case and on so-called Rosicrucian teachings, as well as reproducing many of the diagrams used in the grade ceremonies. Crowley immediately lodged an appeal, which was subsequently allowed, and the volume was published, much to Mathers' discomfort and with further publicity. This time it was the source which destroyed the true value, as by this time Crowley's reputation had become so notorious that many people did not even bother to examine the material. Because of it, the main Golden Dawn ceremonial is described in Volume 1, NOS 2 and 3, but many of the organization's teachings were given throughout the series in most cases without acknowledgement of the source. This was to make them appear to have been the work of Crowley himself, which naturally was very naughty to say the least of it. The revelations of Israel Regardie. The greater revelation came in 1937, when Israel Regardie published in Chicago the complete documents of the Golden Dawn, together with the magical instructions used by that body. This comprised 4 large volumes, which, although containing most of the available material, are very difficult for the ordinary reader or student to follow because of the great amount of information therein. This was preceded in the previous year by a book entitled My Rosicrucian Adventure, which gave an account of the history of the order and his association with it. What is not too clear is when Regardie joined it, or with which temple he was associated. Be that as it may, the 4 volumes of the Golden Dawn soon became a much sought-after work. It has recently been reprinted in 2 volumes, 1969. Regardie's reason for issuing the rituals was, to quote his own words, "Any student who has gained a sympathetic understanding of the Golden Dawn teaching will be capable of discriminating between the futile reprehensible portions of Crowley's work and of deciding which part of it is a worthwhile addition to an already magnificent system." And it is because Crowley concedes to his own credit in his, in many respects, admirable volume entitled Magic, that he has done magic inestimable service by reason of his development of it, that I have considered it imperative, together with a number of other reasons of equal urgency, to place the Golden Dawn system before the public. Crowley's claims are, in my estimation, wholly exaggerated. I am far from convinced that the scheme of theory and practice presented in his literature, extraordinary though it is in many ways, considering that it is a development of the simple basic Golden Dawn material, is equal in any way to the system put into documentary form by S. L. MacGregor Mathers and his colleagues. A perfect magical system. At last the light of the Golden Dawn was available to illuminate the dark corners of occultism, at last was the whole system laid bare for the student. In the past many partial teachings had been published, but now the complete workings of a system which would correlate many of the diverse workings of the past were available. During the last 70 years there have been many bodies formed, both here and in America, with their teachings based on the Golden Dawn rituals and documents. Some of these are active today, and there is no doubt that herein lies the most complete and perfect magical system. Whatever its shortcomings, this is self-evident from internal evidence alone, although unfortunately the breakup of the order caused the alteration of the rituals and manuscripts in many ways. These original rituals were never printed, but were loaned to the candidate to copy and had to be returned later. Thus, there were many opportunities for alterations. Crowley's account differs from Regardie's in many respects, and hence the question arises as to which is correct. In the opinion of the present writer, all material which is of a date later than 1900 must be suspect, owing to the loss of continuity in the order. The manuscripts which follow the introductory matter in this work are dated 1899, and differ in many respects from those already published. For that reason alone they can be considered more perfect and more like the original working. The diagrams also help to produce a more perfect understanding as to how the rituals were carried out. Many books in recent years have mentioned the system, and there is no doubt that a considerable interest exists in many quarters. Therefore, it appears that to retain these present manuscripts unpublished would deprive many students of the interest of extending their researches into some of the original material which is gradually becoming lost to posterity. The history of the Golden Dawn. The true history of the Golden Dawn is quite obscure, although we have various accounts by several authors, and these were mostly written since the breakup of the order in or about 1900. The reason for this obscurity is very obvious, since even the name of the order was not disclosed to candidates until after their admission as neophytes. It was, in every sense of the words, a secret society. Document L, the historical lecture, states as follows: the Order of the Golden Dawn in the outer is an Hermetic society which teaches occult science or the magic of Hermes. About 1850 several French and English chiefs died and the temple work was interrupted. Such chiefs were Eliphas Levi, Ragan, Kenneth R. H. Mackenzie and Fred Hockley. These had received their power from even greater predecessors, who are traced to the Fratres Rosicrucis of Germany. Valentine Andrea, Opera AD 1614, has given an esoteric account of the Societas Rosicrucianis. Probably he also edited the Fama Fraternatis, or History of the Society, which must have been derived from the old records of Christian Rosencrantz. Pupils. The first order is a group of 4 grades, the second order is a group of 3 grades of adeptship. Highest of all are those great rulers who severally sustain and govern the third order, which includes 3 magic titles of honor and supremacy, in the case of a vacancy the most advanced. And 7 equals 4 obtains by decree the well-earned reward. The grades of the first order are of Hebrew design, of the second, Christian. The rituals and secrets are received from the greatly honored chiefs. Dissension within the order. Aleister Crowley gives a further account of a history lection written by a brother of the Argentumistrum, Equinox 1, 2, 240 some years ago. A number of cipher MSS were discovered and the secret rituals of the Golden Dawn deciphered by certain students. They attracted much attention, as they purported to derive from the Rosicrucians. You will readily understand that the genuineness of the claim matters no whit, such literature being judged by itself, not by its reputed sources. Amongst the manuscripts was one which gave the address of a certain person in Germany, who is known to us as SDA Fraulein Anna Sprengel. Those who discovered the ciphers wrote to SDA. And in accordance with instructions received, an order was founded which worked in a semi-secret manner. After some time SDA died. Further requests for help were met with a prompt refusal from the colleagues of SDA. It was written by one of them that her scheme had always been regarded with disapproval. But since the absolute rule of the adepts is never to interfere with the judgment of any other person whomsoever, how much more, then, one of themselves, and that one most highly revered, they had refrained from active opposition. The adept who wrote this added that the order had already quite enough knowledge to enable it or its members to formulate a magical link with the adepts. Shortly after this, one called SRMD Mathers announced that he had formulated such a link, and that himself and 2 others were to govern the order. New and revised rituals were issued and fresh knowledge poured out in streams. We must pass over the unhappy juggle rise which characterized the next period. It has proved impossible to elucidate the complex facts. We content ourselves, then, with observing that the death of one of his 2 colleagues, and the weakness of the other, secured to SRMD the sole authority. The rituals were elaborated, though scholarly enough, into verbose and pretentious nonsense. The knowledge proved worthless, even where it was correct, for it is plain that pearls, be they never so clear and precious, are given to the swine. The ordeals are turned into contempt, it being impossible for anyone to fail therein. Unsuitable candidates were admitted for no better reason than their worldly possessions. In short, the order failed to initiate. Scandal arose, and with it schism. In 1900, one Perdurabo Crowley, a brother, instituted a rigorous test of SRMD on the one side and the order on the other. Research into origins. From these official papers it would appear that the order itself is not very explicit about its origins. It will be necessary therefore to look elsewhere for more definite information. A. E. Waite, 1944, states that, it appears by the Transactions, Society Rosicruciana in Anglia, that a copy of the German secret symbols was exhibited at a meeting of the SOCROS in November 10, 1888. This copy was in the possession of the Rev. A. F. A. Woodford, who was described as a very learned Hermetist and member of a very ancient Universal Rosicrucian Society, the English name of which was unknown, except to members. It is likely that this was the Golden Dawn, and probably the symbols referred to were those published by the Aries Press of Chicago in 1939 under the title Secret Symbols of the Rosicrucians. The next evidence to appear was a paper read by Dr. W. W. Westcott to the Masonic Lodge Quachu or Coronati No. 2076 in London on March 2, 1894. This was published in the Transactions, Volume 7, and later as a separate volume with the title The Rosicrucians, Their History and Aims, with reference to the alleged connection between Rosicrucianism and Freemasonry. This suggested that Eliphaz Levi's Kabbalistic exhortation of Solomon to his son Rehoboam was the key to a vast mass of information still studied by colleges of Rosicrucians both on the continent and in England. These colleges were no doubt those of the Golden Dawn. In 1900 Westcott published the history of the Societas Rosicruciana in Anglia. This outlined the foundation of the English Temple in 1866 by Frater R.W. Little, an eminent Freemason, assisted by a number of prominent Masons, including the following: Hughan, Woodman, O'Neill, Hayes, Irwin, Hockley, Woodford, Benjamin Cox, Kenneth Mackenzie, James Lewis Thomas, Thomas B. Whitehead, Dr. W. W. Westcott and others. This is of a special interest as it is apparent that the Golden Dawn was an offshoot of the Societas Rosicruciana. 5 Rituals of the Outer Order. In 1884 the Reverend A. F. A. Woodford is reputed to have found on an old bookstall in Farrington Street a mass of cipher manuscripts. Another account says that they were found at the back of a cupboard in the library of the Masonic Hall. However, these he took to Dr. Woodman and Drive Westcott, both well-known and learned Masons and well-versed in the Kabbalah. The papers consisted of notes and rough diagrams for the 5 rituals of the Outer Order, together with lectures in elementary occult and Kabbalistic knowledge. With them was a letter in German stating that whoever cared to decipher them and communicate with Sapiens Dominant über Astries, C/O Fraulein Anna Sprengel, living in Hanover, would receive interesting information. Having decoded the manuscripts, they were then told by Anna Sprengel to elaborate the rituals, and this was done by Westcott and Mathers. They were then told that they could form an elementary branch of the Rosicrucian order in England. Finally, Westcott was authorized to sign his name to any warrant or other documents necessary to constitute the order, and he was promised further teachings and rituals if the order was successful. Accordingly, on March 1, 1888, a warrant was drawn up and signed by Woodman, Westcott, and Mathers. It was signed by Westcott on behalf of SDA. These 3 had by now received the honorary grade of 7=4 from SDA to enable them to act as chiefs in the new temple. A great deal of correspondence passed between these men and Anna Sprengel, but none of them ever met her, and nothing much is known of her, except that she died in an obscure German village in 1893. There is no date on the manuscripts and no address. Nor are they signed by any adept except in the accompanying letter. Weight casts doubt on the authenticity of these documents inasmuch as when deciphered they were in English. The watermarks of the paper were of 1809, but they contained words which were not incorporated into English dictionaries until after 1879. He prints one of these cipher pages upside down in his book, 1924, and states that they were decoded easily with the help of books in the British Museum. He also says that some of these documents may have come from the collection of papers of Kenneth Mackenzie, who is claimed to have had special knowledge on this subject. He died in 1886. For a time all went well and the organization prospered. The membership was drawn from many walks of life, and many people would be happy to admit an enormous debt of gratitude to it, if they were still alive. This prosperity was demonstrated by the formation of several temples: London Isis Urania, London Golden Dawn Temple, London Merlin, Bradford Horus, Bristol Hermes, Edinburgh Amen-Ra, Paris Ahathor, Weston Supermare, Osiris. The autocratic rulership of Mathers. This account differs from that of Regardie, who says that the first chief of the order was Robert Wentworth Little, who is by him stated to have found the original documents. However, Little died in 1878 and Woodman was appointed in his place. For some years the order prospered under the rulership of Woodman, Mathers, and Westcott. The former died in 1891. Then, in 1897, Westcott resigned, leaving the order in the sole charge of Mathers. The reasons for this have a twofold story. Firstly, it was suggested that it was due to a personal quarrel with Mathers. Secondly, the more likely, Westcott is supposed to have left some of the order papers in a cab, and the driver, on finding them, handed them in to the local authorities. As Westcott was at that time coroner for Hoxton in East London, the authorities objected very strongly that anyone in an official position should be even remotely connected with the occult and black magic. It was therefore suggested that he must forthwith resign from the order or resign his post as coroner. He decided to resign from the order. Mathers was now in sole charge, and his autocratic rulership grew steadily and persistently, causing a considerable amount of discontent among the members. About 1900 he was approached by a Mrs. Rose Horrocks. Crowley, Equinox Volume 1, Number 3, gives her name variously as Laura, the Swami, Mrs. Jackson and Sarar Sva. She was able to repeat to Mathers a conversation he had had with Madame Blavatsky some years previously, and consequently he accepted her as an initiate of high standing. Later, he had a change of mind and alleged that she stole a set of the order documents. Using the order name and some of the rituals, she and her husband set up their own temple. However, it soon came to light that they were sexual perverts of the worst type, and in 1901 their immoral activities attracted the attention of the police. A spurious order of the Golden Dawn, the Horrocks couple had had a varied career in America, where they had served prison sentences for fraud. They then went to South Africa, and on the way to England they met Mathers in Paris. He was completely taken in by them, and thus they managed to acquire some of the rituals of the Golden Dawn, probably early in 1901. In London, Horrocks advertised for a lady of means, view matrimony. Suitable applicants were persuaded to become initiates in his own spurious order of the Golden Dawn and were put through an elaborate ceremony, part of which was sexual submission to Horrocks, with Mrs. Horrocks in the same room actively assisting at the ceremony. On September 26, 1901, their case was opened at Marylebone Police Court with a charge of conspiring to cheat and defraud one Vera Croysdale of her jewellery and money. On a resumed hearing of the case on October 10, two further charges were brought forward. One concerned the procurement of 3 young women for immoral purposes, and the other alleged that one, Daisy Adams, had been raped by Horrocks in extremely odd and bizarre circumstances. More surprising was the allegation that Mrs. Horrocks had actually assisted at the rape of Daisy Adams, who had been told that her submission was in the nature of a religious rite on which her salvation depended. These two perverts had used the Golden Dawn rituals to impress their dupes, at least one of whom was not so gullible as had been anticipated. The case was finally opened at the Central Criminal Court on December 18, 1901, before Mr. Justice Bingham. The result was that Horrocks was given 15 years penal servitude and his wife, 7. There is no record of what subsequently happened to them. Aleister Crowley commented, "Her whole trial was marked by the disgusting display of public eagerness to revel in the filth that was disclosed. At the time, from the coroneted aristocracy to the red-tide demagogue, all classes in England were smacking their filthy lips over such insinuating muck as, 'Daisy is a dark little thing, bright and attractive, and looking even less than her age, 16. The Sunday, October 17, 1901. On leaving the court the day before this tasty paragraph appeared in the feculent luminary, the public, having for several hours greedily sniffed round her messes, commenced to hiss at her, whereupon she turned on them and shouted, 'Shut up, you reptiles! It is only snakes that hiss.' For this remark alone her final sentence should most certainly have been reduced. Crowley is not accurate here, as Dingwall, 1947, attributes this remark to Mr. Horrocks within the court. There is no doubt that this trial with its accompanying atmosphere of scandal did a great deal of harm to the order. Many members actually burnt their order documents and would have nothing more to do with it, and this is one reason why original documents are so hard to find. Several times the author's search for the same has resulted in a relative remembering the actual burning of the papers. Breakaway branches. About this time, the London Temple of the Golden Dawn broke with Mathers. He went to Paris, and from now on his connection with the order was restricted to correspondence with some of its members. For 2 years it was ruled by a committee, and in 1902 it returned to the rule of 3 chiefs, Dr. Felkin, Mr. Brodie Innes and Mr. Bullock. In 1903, this group took the name of Stella Matutina, still under these 3 chiefs. After this date there is a sequence of argument and bickering, and a number of other members broke away and founded their own branches. After the First World War there is no record of any activities of the original Golden Dawn. However, there were several bilateral question arises as to what was wrong with the Golden Dawn. That's such a wonderful system of occult teachings of the order, but it is quite certain that the original beauty and purity of the ritual suffered in many ways. It is therefore necessary to find documents dated prior to 1900 to be certain that they are authentic. A number of writers have given their accounts of the bickerings and arguments in the order and its various offshoots after 1900. As these would add nothing to the main purpose of this book, they have been omitted. Those who require this information will find it in the Equinox, several volumes, Inquire Within, 1930 and 1936, Israel Regardie, 1936 and 1937, W.B. Yeats, 1926, A.E. Waite, 1938, and Francis King, 1970. What went wrong? Looking back after all this time, the natural question arises as to what was wrong with the Golden Dawn. That such a wonderful system of occult teachings should disintegrate with so much evil and unfortunate publicity throughout the years seems, to say the least of it, quite wrong. The fundamental error seems to have been the delegation of authority to the hidden or secret chiefs. This allowed anyone so disposed to claim that he or she had made contact with these non-material characters, or claim that he or she had been given some authority in matters relating to the order. This abuse of a bureaucratic control was obviously a major factor in the dislocation of the order. Under the original 3 chiefs it apparently flourished, even with 2 it appeared to continue well for a time, but then there arose friction and control was finally vested in a single person, Mathers. The friction increased. Mathers went to Paris and tried to maintain control from there, but this led to further conflict with the committee in charge. This state of affairs only led to increased arguments, with the result that several members broke away and formed other orders with different names and amended rituals. Loss of critical analysis. Another factor which probably had some effect was the unsuitable types who were admitted to the order in the later stages. The rituals were impressive enough, but the magical work which was given out to the members was probably not sufficiently controlled. The basic idea of all personalized ritual work was similar to that of the ancient mysteries Man Know Thyself. At the turn of the century, however, there was widespread interest in spiritualism, and this infected the lodges, so that instead of self-examination the members were encouraged to hold séances in groups. This in turn led to loss of critical analysis, and many members were led astray from the main purpose of the organization. The Holy Kabbalah. To understand the workings of the Golden Dawn, which are to a large extent based on the Kabbalah, it will be necessary to review its philosophy and structure. Geertz, 1922, quotes in his appendix over 60 works illustrating the history of the Kabbalah, and in recent years many other books have been published on this subject. Westcott, 1910, gives what is probably the simplest outline. Dion Fortune, 1941, is very readable, but does not do justice to the paths. Meyer, 1888, is the most authoritative. 7 ideas. Basically, there are 7 ideas about the origin of the world and mankind and their destiny. 1. That God, the Holy One, the Ein Sof, was not the creator of the world, but that all things proceeded from the primordial source in successive emanations, each one less perfect than the preceding. The last and most remote manifestation is matter, which is a depletion of perfection. 2. Everything we are aware of is formed on the type of the Sephirothic tree. 3 human souls were pre-existent in another sphere before the present world was created. 4 human souls dwelt in an upper hall, or treasury, before incarnation. It was here that the destiny of each soul was determined. 5 After earth life, or lives, each soul must be purified prior to being reabsorbed into the infinite God. 6 A scheme of reincarnation, transmigration, or metempsychosis is necessary to lead the sinner into purity. 7 When all souls have reached perfection, the evil angels will also be raised, and all lives will be merged into the deity. The manifested universe will be no more. These ideas have a lot in common with many other philosophies from various parts of the world and from various times. God may thus be regarded from 4 points of view: Ein Sof, the Eternal One; I am; Ive, who is, was, and will be; Elohim, God in nature. Modern technology has proved that energy and matter are different forms of the same thing. This is shown in the advent of the atomic bomb and the development of atomic energy. The atom is no longer considered as a discrete particle, but as a collection of forces in active motion. Blavatsky describes a similar state in her Wheels of Fahad, or whirling motion of creation. The alchemists of old appear to have held similar ideas that matter was a form of thought and that by reducing a metal to its fundamental form it could be changed into another form. Basically, everything you see about you is a form of thought, whether of man or of God. 4 creative stages. When an architect wishes to build an edifice, he first gets the idea or commission, then he draws his plans, next he prepares the ground and collects his materials on the site, finally he completes his structure. Thus, in 4 stages he creates. In a like manner the Kabbalah envisages 4 worlds or creative stages. To find words to describe the unknown is difficult, because we are trying to use material symbols for intangible things. The primary human conception of God is therefore a passive state of negative existence N, which is the energy non-active. From this is next the Ein Sof, the boundless, unlimited, undifferentiated and illimitable one. The third stage is the Ein Sof, or the boundless, universal light. Let there be light has become there was light. These 3 stages lie behind the above the first Sephira, which is represented by the top circle on the diagram of the paths and the grades, Fig. 1. The emanations then proceed down the 10 Sephiroth, and this is repeated 4 times in the 4 worlds, which are, world of Atziluth or formation, world of Bria or creation, world of Yetzirah or archetypes, world of Asaya or material. These 4 states have a parallel in the 4 phases of the creation of a building by the architect. The world of Atziluth, from the 3 unmanifested conditions which are above consciousness, by a mysterious operation, the uncreated will move forward and certain manifestations or relations of the deity became established. By a kind of flowing forth, or emanation, there was established the world of Atziluth. Divinity in the world of emanations is God in the hiddenness and yet moving towards manifestation, because the deific mode can not only be, but is, conceived, however remotely, by the human mind. There is a state of emanation in Atziluth, although it is a world of unity, for God and his Shekinah in Kether are brought forth into Chokmah and Binah, as Abba and Ama, the Father in supernal wisdom and the Mother in supernal understanding. This obviously introduces the Trinity, where in Atziluth the 3 are one, represented by Kether, Chokmah, and Binah. The world of Bria, the second world or Bria, is where creation has begun. It is considered to be the abode of pure spirits and is a continuation of the previous world in its emanations, not separate and distinct, but of a more limited and circumscribed potency. The purely spiritual substances it contains have no admixture of matter. They are the powers, intelligences, and angels of the planets and celestial spheres. The great angel of the covenant, Metatron, occupies this world. As he alone constitutes the entire world of spirits and angels, he is the visible garment or visible manifestation of the Ein Sof, and his name equals 314, which in turn equals Shaddai or the Almighty. He governs the visible world, preserves the unity, harmony, and revolutions of all the heavenly bodies, and is the commander, under the will of the deity, of all the myriads of angelic hosts of the next world. The spiritual beings, or archangels, of this world are as follows and can be attributed to the Sephiroth: 1 Metatron, Angel of the Presence, World Prince. 2 Raziel, the Herald of Deity. 3 Zafkiel, Contemplation of God. 4 Tzadkiel, Justice of God. 5 Samael, Severity of God. 6 Michael, Like unto God. 7 Haniel, Grace of God. 8 Raphael, Divine Physician. 9 Gabriel, Man God. 10 Sandalphon, Meshes, the second phase of Metatron. The world of Yetzirah. The third world of Yetzirah is the world of archetype and contains the angelic choirs, who are the officers of the archangels. They can be classified as follows and are also related to the Sephiroth: 1 Hayod HaKadosh, the holy living creatures, or animals of Ezekiel and the Apocalypse. They also have correspondences to the Christian seraphim. 2 Ophanim, or wheels, also mentioned in Ezekiel, related to the cherubim. Aralim, or mighty ones, or the thrones. Hashmalim, or brilliant ones, or the dominations. Seraphim, or flaming serpents, or the powers. Malachim, the kings, or the virtues. Elchim, or gods, or the principalities. Beni Elohim, or sons of God, or the archangels. Cherubim, the seat of the sons, or the foundations and the angels. 10 Ishim, the beatified souls of just men, and the great Teee. Multitude of the redeemed seen by St. John in the Apocalypse. The world of Isaiah. The fourth world of Isaiah is more closely akin to the material world, and can be considered the abode of darkness, wherein dwell the grosser shells as spirits. They can be thought of as energies or forces, which are destructive and injurious to man, because they are further removed from their primordial source. In short, then, the Atziluthic world represents be light, and light was. The Braidic world suggests Elohim saw the light, that it was good. The third, or Yetziratic world, corresponds to Elohim divided the light from the darkness. The fourth or Asaitic then is Elohim called the light, day, and the darkness, he called night. Thus, are represented the 4 stages or phases of creation. The Sephiroth. This is but part of the story. Each world has 10 degrees or Sephiroth which are arranged in a curious pattern. See the diagram of the paths, Fig. 1. These Sephiroth, represented diagrammatically as circles, show the method by which all manifestations take place from the unformed to the formed. The 10 circles with their connecting paths are the basis for interpreting all important occult characteristics, and enable a check to be made on correspondences. The current name paths is somewhat limited. Meyer, 1888, refers to them as channels or canals, which conveys a truer shade of meaning. Generally, as the first 3 worlds are so far from our consciousness, the working of the emanations is considered in the lower world only. The occult adage as above, so below is the basis of the system of correspondences, and therefore if we know the relationship between the items of one range of factors, we can tell the relationship between a similar but different set. For example, many years ago Mendeleev predicted the character and existence of several atomic elements, at that time unknown, but since discovered. In the same way, as one octave of musical notes is known, so the notes of the next octave will have a similar relationship to each other. This has many applications, and for those who require it, Crowley's 777 will be found a most useful volume, containing as it does all the necessary correspondences to cover the wide field of the occult. For convenience, the basic list of the Sephiroth is given below. No. Name meaning represents __ position 1 Kether the crown primum mobile 1 M2 Chakma wisdom the zodiac 2 R3 Bina understanding Saturn 2 L4 Chesed Orgatula mercy Jupiter 3 R5 Gabera or Pahad strength Mars 3 L6 Tifereth beauty Sun 4 M 7 Netzach victory Venus 5 R8 Had splendor Mercury 5 L Yezid Foundation Moon 6M10 Makath Kingdom Elements 7M. Following this is a list of the connecting paths, with their correspondence to the heavenly bodies and the elements and to the trump cards of the tarot pack. For clarity, the tarot trumps are shown in Roman figures. The paths are numbered in 3 columns, the left are related to the elements, those in the center to the planets, those on the right to the houses of the zodiac. The Hebrew letters and the position of the paths are also given. Path Hebrew correspondence connecting trump name no letter no. At Aleph equals Air 1 to 2 0 Fool A 2. Beth Mercury 1 to 3 I Magician 13. Gimel Luna 1 6 2 Priestess 14 plus Delet Venus 2 to 53 Il Empress 15 He Aries 2 to 6 4 Emperor 16 Va Taurus 2 to 4 VV Hierophant 17 Zayin Gemini 3 6 6 Lovers. Path Hebrew correspondence connecting trump name no letter number 18 Cheth Cancer 3 5 7 Chariot 19 Taith Leo 4 5 7 Strength 20 Yod Virgo 4 6 9 Hermit 21 Koph Jupiter 4 7 X Wheel 22 Lamed Libra 5 to 6 11 Justice 23 MEM Water 5 8 12 Hanging Man 24 Copyright None Scorpio 6 7 13 Death 25 Somex Sagittarius 6 9 14 Temperance 26 8 #= Capricorn 6 8 15 Devil 27 PE Mars 7 to 8 16 = Tower 28 Sati Aquarius 7 9 17 Star 29 Cove Pisces 7 10 18 Moon 30 Resh Sol 8 9 19 Sun 31 Shin Fire 8 10 XX Judgment 52 Law Saturn 9 10 XXI _ Universe OE bis Earth OE bis Spirit. The grades or degrees, if the Kabbalah or Tree of Life, as it is also called, be taken as the indices of a filing system, it will be seen that it opens the way to analyze and correlate the various factors of any philosophical system. It has already been shown how some arrangements have been so placed. The Golden Dawn scheme of initiation took the tree and made use of it in its arrangement of its grades or degrees. The neophyte grade was a preliminary or introduction, a preparation if you will, and this ritual contains some of the basic formulae for starting the candidate on the correct procedure. This grade was the entry into the black portion of Makath, or the lowest Sephira. The ceremony introduced the neophyte to the qualities of the state and fitted him mentally to pursue his studies in those matters which were required as a preparation for his next step. In this he was referred to as a child of earth who long hast dwelt in darkness and was advised to quit the night and seek the day. The next higher grade was the Zelator and conducted him to the citron portion of the Sephiroth called Makath, the lowest point on the tree. In an earthy manner he was introduced to certain magical workings and ceremonial dealing with the elementary earthy forces. In this grade he traversed no paths, but took his first step to lead him upwards towards the light. The third ceremony of Theoreticus necessitated his traversing the 32nd path, which led him to the Sephira Yezid. This path was illustrated by further ceremonial. It is called Tau and its symbolism is demonstrated by the tarot card XXI, the universe, which conveys some of the characteristics shown by this ritual. This path led to entry into Yezid with the necessary ceremonial relating to the elements of air. The fourth grade of Practicus led him to wander through 2 paths, the 3LST path of Shin, with its tarot card XX, the Last Judgment, and the 30th path of Resh, with its tarot card 19, the Sun. These 2 paths led to Hod with its symbolism of the watery elements. The 5th grade of Philosophicus in turn led him along 3 paths, the 29th of Kov, tarot card 18, the Moon, the 28th of Zadi, tarot card 17, the Star, and the 27th of Pe, tarot card 16, the Tower. He then entered the Sephira Netzach, with its associations of fire. Thus, the candidate was led systematically through the lower grades of the system and became accustomed gradually to the unseen forces of nature. In this way the Golden Dawn techniques inculcated a knowledge and familiarity with these forces and states, unparalleled in any other system of occult training. The ritual in the various grades made him familiar with the elements of earth, air, fire, and water and their inhabitants. This knowledge and familiarity gave him the authority to explore these regions astrally, and this was the necessary preliminary for all real working on the variegated, all that is, and all that can be known by man on this earth. It is sexless, yet as androgyne it contains both the sexes, as positive and negative in balanced harmony. Its letter is Yod, but it contains in its full content the whole of the ineffable name, Yod-He-Vah-He. It is referred to as the Ancient of Days, the Long Face, and many other titles carrying a similar meaning. It is in short the Spirit of the living God. 2. From Kether emanates the next Sephirah, Chokmah, or wisdom. It is by the sublime and impenetrable mystery of this emanation that the world and all other mysteries exist, and it is called man, otherwise Abba, the Father. Therein is concealed the eternal thought, which is the great voice, meaning the still small voice which is the house of eternal wisdom. It is the beginning of all. It has been called the breath of the Spirit of God, and the celestial wisdom contained in it is such as no human can attain to. It has also been called the second glory and has a definite male character. It is the supernal Father and the Tetragrammaton. 3. The third Sephirah is Binah, understanding or intelligence, and is represented by the moisture of the breath of the Spirit. It is the concealed world, and motherhood is its image. It is described as the only daughter, or alternatively as the mother, Ama. The house built in Chokmah is established in Binah. It is the parent of faith from whence it emanates. These three Sephiroth obviously form the Trinity, and thus they are the true basis of most, if not all, of the world religions. In forming the great supernal triangle they are the root of all roots and the foundation of all foundations, and this is communicated through them to man, who would otherwise have no knowledge of the antecedent states of the divine nature. On the tree this triangle is reflected downwards into the next three Sephiroth, which form the second or ethical triangle, Fig 70. 4. The fourth Sephirah, known as Chesed or Geula, meaning mercy, is the warmth of fire contained within the moisture breathed forth by the Spirit of God. It expresses eternal love and compassion, connecting life with vitality, and it is, therefore, the emanation by which God constituted the world. To it is attributed the divine name, Jehovah, and it is the place of divine revelations, as it is of the male side of the patriarch Abraham. 5. The fifth Sephirah is Gebarah or Pashad, meaning strength or severity. The world is based on this, but it could not exist without mercy. It was by Gebarah that Jerusalem was destroyed. The word Pashad conveys the meaning fear, and it also suggests judgment and justice. 6. The sixth is Tifereth or beauty. It is the heart of the Sephirotic tree and is called heaven, and is the point of balance. This is the area in which the inner order of the Golden Dawn is enacted, forming its ritual on the story of Christian Rosencrantz and the Fama Fraternitas. It represents about the highest point to which an initiate can attain with his consciousness still active. These last three complete the second triangle and are again reflected into the third or astral triangle, in which are contained most of our astral excursions. The next three Sephiroth form the inferior triangle and are a reflection of the previous triangle on a lower plane. This is where the various thought processes of the subconscious appear. 7. The seventh Sephirah, Netzach, meaning victory, firmness, or triumph, is the zone of the group mind, or in general the spirit of nature. The characteristics of this form the basis of the rituals of the Philosophus grade of the Golden Dawn. Its main element is fire and is the fourth with which the candidate has to become familiar in his ascent in the order. 8. The eighth Sephirah is called Hod, meaning splendor, or glory, and is the zone wherein the individual mind commences to function. In the Practicus grade it is the characteristics of the element water which are impressed upon the candidate's mind. 9. The ninth Sephirah is called Yesod or foundation. This is the lower apex of the astral triangle and is the resort of the Qliphote or astral shells. In fact, here exist all the difficulties of astral imperfections which seek to deter. The word Pashad conveys the meaning fear, and it also suggests judgment and justice. 6. The sixth is Tifereth or beauty. It is the heart of the Sephirotic tree and is called heaven, and is the point of balance. This is the area in which the inner order of the Golden Dawn is enacted, forming its ritual on the story of Christian Rosencrantz and the Fama Fraternitas. It represents about the highest point to which an initiate can attain with his consciousness still active. These last three complete the second triangle and are again reflected into the third or astral triangle, in which are contained most of our astral excursions. The next three Sephiroth form the inferior triangle and are a reflection of the previous triangle on a lower plane. This is where the various thought processes of the subconscious appear. 7. The seventh Sephira, Netzach, meaning victory, firmness, or triumph, is the zone of the group mind, or in general the spirit of nature. The characteristics of this form the basis of the rituals of the Philosophus grade of the Golden Dawn. Its main element is fire and is the fourth with which the candidate has to become familiar in his ascent in the order. 8. The eighth Sephira is called Hod, meaning splendor, or glory, and is the zone wherein the individual mind commences to function. In the Practicus grade it is the characteristics of the element water which are impressed upon the candidate's mind. 9. The ninth Sephira is called Yesod, or foundation. This is the lower apex of the astral triangle and is the resort of the clipote or astral shells. In fact, here exist all the difficulties of astral imperfections which seek to deter an aspirant's advancement to higher things. The element air forms the structure of the Theoreticus grade and the ritual is constructed accordingly. 10. The 10th Sephira is Makuth, or the kingdom. This is really the material plane and the final manifestation of all elements as vehicles for the spiritual forces from above. It is entry into the circle which constitutes the first step on the tree of the grades. The candidate, having been prepared in the neophyte grade, now begins to ascend. The element is earth. In this short account of the tree, the arrangement of the spheres has been in three triangles, each one a reflection of the next above, Fig. 70. They can be arranged in other ways, the three pillars of severity and mercy on the outside with the pillar of mildness or balance in the middle, Fig. 58. This is the arrangement which gives the foundation of the middle pillar exercise, in which the aspirant relates himself to a visualization of a large colored tree and is thus enabled to call down the forces from above. A further arrangement is known as the lightning flash, Fig. 12, and is constructed by connecting the Sephiroth in order of numbers. This is known as the descent of power, or flaming sword. Classification of the Kabbalah. The qualities described in these chapters are mainly of a spiritual type, and it will be seen from the table how the keywords indicate these aspects, and how the planets can be referred to them. The paths are also indicated by the correspondences of the elements, and houses of the zodiac. The various trump cards of the tarot pack are also given, the symbolism of these indicating the qualities of the characteristics. Other hidden meanings can be thus quantified and analyzed by relating them to the tree. The progress through the grades was intended to lead the candidate's mind to a gradual understanding of this process, and how this was accomplished will be seen as the various grade rituals are studied. The Kabbalah is usually classified under four heads: 1. The practical, 2. The literal, 3. The unwritten, 4. The dogmatic. 1. The practical deals with talismanic and ceremonial magic and forms the basis of a great deal of the ceremonial in the Golden Dawn grade workings. 2. The literal is divided into three sections, all of which can be very complicated. A. Gematria is based on the relative numerical value of letters, and these give a clue to the correct meanings and interpretations. As in the older Hebrew there were no vowels, this was a check on the spelling and intonation of the pronunciation of words of power. This was a fertile field for the mathematician. B. Notarican was a kind of shorthand writing. The first letter of each word was taken for the initial or abbreviation of another word, so that from the letters of a word, a sentence could be formed. Another system took the initials, or finals, or even the mesials of a sentence to form a word or words. C. Temera is a sort of permutation, similar to a style of coding. The Kabbalah of 9 chambers, given in the 3=8 grade, Fig. 56, is an example of this, and there were many other arrangements. 3. The unwritten Kabbalah contained the keys to the many and various techniques used in the application and interpretation of the system and was imparted only to initiates. 4. The dogmatic Kabbalah contained the names and qualities of the Godhead and the angels in their manifestations on various levels. The meanings so far described as correspondences come within this category. The 22 paths, the 10 sephiroth or intermediaries between the unknowable and invisible deity and the, to man's mind, knowable, visible and material, are portrayed by different diagrams. This must not be allowed to obscure the idea of unity in the whole of creation. The divisions given in the diagrams are made to allow a separation of the various interacting parts for the sole purpose of analysis and investigation. Some of the older Kabbalists held the view that illustrations delivered orally or by diagram served to explain the mystery of the unity of the 10 Sephiroth in themselves, which is always concentrated in Ein Sof, from Ein Sof to Ein Sof. Bearing this in mind, we can now consider the paths and their use in the foundation of the grade system of the Golden Dawn. Relationship with the Kabbalah and Tarot. The paths connecting the various Sephiroth take their qualities from both of the spheres they connect. They are conventionally numbered and their principal correspondence is shown in the table in Chapter 3. Others are indicated in the ceremonies or can be obtained in various reference books. By using these correspondences, it will be seen that the Golden Dawn system was a sublime and wonderful method of correlating and correcting the various occult teachings given through the ages, and this is demonstrated in the various ceremonies of the rituals and diagrams. To illustrate the relationship of the order with the Kabbalah and Tarot, a table illustrating the grades and paths is given below. See Fig 10 equals 0 Neophyte, a preparation and introduction. 1 equals 10 Z later, entry into the lowest sphere of Makuth and the earth element. 2 equals 9 Theoreticus, 32nd path Tau, with the XXI key, the universe, entry into Yesod and the air element. 3 equals 8 Practicus, 3 LST path Shin, XX key, the last judgment. 30th path Resh, 19 key, the sun, entry into hot and the water element. 4 equals 7 Philosophus, 29th path, Kov, 18 key, the moon. 28th path, Zadi, 17 key, the star. 27th path, Pe, 16 key, the tower, entry into Netzach and the fire element. This was the climax of the ritualistic system of the Golden Dawn in the outer and prepared the seeker by a participation in the rituals of the elements of earth, air, water, and fire. If he wished and was deemed suitable, he was then allowed to progress through the ritual of the portal of the Vault of the Adepts, which led him by the remaining paths of the lower half of the diagram to the very center of the universe of ritual itself. Portal, 26th path, Ayin, 15 key, the devil. 25th path, Samek, 14 key, temperance. 24th path, Nun, 13 key, death. 23rd path, Mem, 12 key, the hanged man. 21st path, Kaf, X key, the wheel of fortune. This then led to the inner grades and the ritual of the Order of Rosi Rubi et Aurea Crucis, which was the controlling body, or should have been had not the proper bureaucratic structure of the organization been somewhat weak, thus sowing the seeds for its later self-destruction. At this point the sequence of numbering the paths and the grades appears to be a little out of sequence, but the more speculative reader may have some abstruse explanation for this irregularity in an otherwise perfect notation. Fig. 2. It is not now proposed to enter into a detailed description of the ceremonies of these inner grades. Suffice it to say that the very elaborate ritual dealt with the finding of the body of Christian Rosencrantz in the vault where it had lain undisturbed and uncorrupted for some 120 years. The rituals of the 22 paths 47 this ceremony are very complicated and contain much matter of such an advanced character that it is wiser for the inexperienced to leave them unexplored. Significance of the designs. To assess the meanings of the paths it is necessary to examine the correspondences and become familiar with the various shades of their meanings. The principal ones are pointed out in the tables already given, the main correspondence being indicated in the third column. Note the manner in which the numbering of the trump or key number differs from the path number, owing to the first trump or ATU being numbered 0. The title of the trump card is given in the sixth column, and here it will be helpful to compare a pack of these cards in order to extract the full import of the designs. There are several packs available. the commonest being the weight set drawn by Pamela Coleman Smith under his directions. There is a Marseille set available, known as the Grimald Pack, which is a reprint of a set dated 1748. The Brotherhood of Light of the USA publish a black and white set, which has an Egyptian style, and is very similar to that described by Henry Frichet, 1924. The most beautiful is the set never yet presented as a pack, but described and pictured in Crowley's Book of Thoth. These were drawn by Lady Freda Harris under Crowley's directions and faithfully follow the symbolic designs and colors of the Golden Dawn teachings. The original cards of the order are not now available, as they were given to members to copy and as a result never appeared as a complete pack. Papoose, Gerald and Cause 1910, gives illustrations of two different packs and deals in a very elaborate way with many of the different correspondences of the individual cards. All these correspondences should be carefully checked, as they are all given from an individualistic point of view, and as approaches differ, so also does the understanding of the author. In this mini sketch of the vast subject of the Kabbalah, it is not intended to give more than a brief outline of the enormous study of the Jewish secret philosophical teachings. At the least, it is to be hoped that the basic diagrammatic form of the subject may assist the reader to realize how this diagrammatic Kabbalah, to coin a phrase, may be used to form a structure on which to align and adjust philosophical ideas, so that they may be put into some sort of perspective for the advancement of inner knowledge. With this as a foundation, the exploration of the rituals can be undertaken in a systematic manner which would otherwise be impossible. This form enables the student to bring together the various teachings and by laying them on the diagrams, test them and find the common denominator. Symbolism of the Temple. No. Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. These papers are private and have been lent to me on trust, to return on demand. They contain nothing of pecuniary value and nothing personal to myself. I hereby direct my legal representatives whomsoever, in case of my death or incapacity, to return the same at once, unread and unopened, to Sapphire Ode, 396, Camden Road, London. The above, or similar label, was stuck on the outside of all Golden Dawn manuscripts, which were written in longhand and usually in exercise books. The order copy was loaned to the aspirant to copy and had to be returned to his sponsor to correct. The name of the owner of the original has been deleted. Document Z.I. Symbolism of the Temple. The Temple as arranged in the 0=0 grade of neophyte of the Order of the Golden Dawn in the outer is placed looking towards the Yod-He of Yod-He Vahi in the Makath of Asaya, that is, that as Yod and He answer unto the Sephiroth Chakma and Bina in the tree, unto Abba and Ama. Through whose knowledge that of Kether may be obtained, Va for the rest, except Makath, which is the He final, even so, the sacred rites of the temple may gradually, and as it were in spite of themselves, raise the neophyte unto the knowledge of his higher self. Like the other Sephiroth, Makath has also its subsidiary Sephiroth and paths. Of these 10 Sephiroth, the temple as arranged in the 0=0 of neophyte include only the 4 lower Sephiroth in the tree of life, viz. Makath, Yesod, Hod, and Netzach, and the outer side of Paroketh, the veil which separates Hod and Netzach from Tifereth, which latter forms the east of the temple. The 2 pillars. The plan of the temple as arranged in this grade is shown in Fig 10, therein it will be seen that it contains 2 pillars or obelisks. These 2 pillars, which are respectively in Netzach and Hod, need careful explanation. They represent mercy and severity, the former being white and in Netzach, the latter black and in Hod. Their bases are cubical and black to represent the earth element in Makath, the columns are respectively white and black to manifest eternal balance of the scales of justice. Upon them should be represented in counterchanged colors any appropriate Egyptian design emblematic of the soul. The scarlet tetrahedronal capitals represent the fire of test and trial, and between the balance is the porchway of the immeasurable region. The twin lights which flare on the summits are the declarers of eternal truth, while the pillars are really obelisks with tetrahedronal capitals slightly flattened at the apices, so that each may bear a lamp. The altar at the eastern part of Makath, at its junction with the path of Tau, is placed the altar in the form of a double cube. The color is black to represent to the neophyte the color of Makuth, but to the adept there lie hidden in the blackness the four colors of the earth, in their appropriate positions on the sides. The base only is wholly black, while the summit will be of a brilliant whiteness although invisible to the material eye. The symbols upon the altar represent the force and manifestations of the divine light concentrated in the white triangle of the three supernals, see Fig. 3. Wherefore upon this sacred and sublime symbol is the obligation of the neophyte taken, as calling thereon to witness the operations of the divine light. The red cross of Tifereth, representing 5 = 6, is placed above the white triangle, not as dominating it, but as bringing it down and manifesting it unto the outer order, as though the crucified one having raised the symbol of self-sacrifice had thus touched and brought into action in matter the divine triad of light. Around the cross are the symbols of the 4 letters of Tetragrammaton, the Shin of Jeheshua being only implied and not expressed in the outer, and these are placed according to the winds. The door should be situated behind and to the west of the throne of the Hiereus. It is called the Gate of the Declarers of Judgment, and its symbolic form is that of a straight and narrow doorway between 2 mighty pylons. The 3 chiefs at the east of the temple before Parocheth sit the 3 chiefs who govern and rule all things and are the viceroys of the temple of the second order beyond. They are the reflections therein of the 7 = 4, 6 = 6, and 5 = 6 grades, and are neither comprehended in, nor understood by, the outer order. They represent, as it were, veiled divinities, and their seats are before the veil, Parocheth, which is divided into 2 parts at the point of the rending, as though it answered unto the veils of Isis and Nephthys, impenetrable except to the initiate. Now the imperator governs, because in Netzach, which is the highest grade in the first order, is fire reflected from _Gebera. The premonstrator is second, because in Hod is the water reflected from Chesed. The cancellarius is third, because in Yesod is the air reflected from Tifereth. But in each temple these 3 chiefs are co-eternal and co-equal, thus figuring the triad in unity. Yet their functions are different, the imperator to command, the premonstrator to instruct, the cancellarius to record. Even as the flaming fire overcomes and the still waters reflect all images and the all-wandering air receives sound. The synthesis of the 3 chiefs may be said to be in the form of Thoth who comes from behind the veil. Yet also the imperator may be referred unto the goddess Nephthys from his relationship unto Gebera, the premonstrator unto Isis from Chesed, and the cancellarius unto Thoth in his position as recorder. Of the stations of the invisibles, the gods of the elements, their stations are at the 4 cardinal points of the hall without, as invisible guardians of the limits of the temple, and they are placed according to the winds, viz. behind the stations of the Hierophant, Dadoutius, Hiereus, and Stoliastes. Between them are placed the stations of the 4 vice-regents of the elements, and they are situated at the 4 corners of the temple, at the places marked by the 4 rivers of Eden in the warrant, which latter represents the temple itself, of which the guardians are the cherubim, and the vice-regents in the palaces of the rulers, Amashai at the northeast, Thumath at the southeast, Ahephi or Ahupshi at the southwest, Kabetznuph at the northwest. Of the place of the evil triad, this is the place of Yesod, and it is termed the place of the evil one, of the slayer of Osiris. He is the tempter, accuser, and punisher of the brethren. Wherefore is he frequently represented in Egypt with the head of a water dragon, the body of a lion or leopard, and the hind quarters of a water horse. He is the administrator of the evil triad, of which the members are, Apophras, the stooping dragon; Satan Typhon, the slayer of Osiris; Biz, the brutal power of demoniac force. Of the place of Harpocrates, the next invisible station is in the path of Samek between the place of Thmaist and that of the evil triad. It is the place of the lotus-throned Lord of Silence, even that of the great god, Harpocrates, the younger brother of Horus. Of Isis and Nephthys the stations are the places of the pillars in Netzach and Hod respectively, wherefore these great goddesses are not otherwise shown in this grade, except in connection with the premonstrator and imperator. Of Aruarist, his secret place is the last of the invisible stations, and he stands with the Hierophant as though representing him unto the outer order. For while the Hierophant is 5 equals 6, yet he is only shown as a lord of the paths in the portal of the vault, so that when he moves from his place on the throne of the east, the seat of Ishuri, he is no longer Osiris, but Aruarist. The invisible station of Aruarist may therefore be said to be that of the immediate past Hierophant. The officers and the stations of the officers the Hierophant. The place of the Hierophant is in the east of the temple on the outer side of Paroketh to rule the temple under the presidency of the chiefs. He fills the place of the Lord of the Path, acting as inductor into the sacred mysteries. His symbols and insignia are, the throne of the east in the path of Samek without the veil, the mantle of bright flame red, the crown-headed scepter, the banner of the east, the great layman, Fig. 6, expounder of the sacred mysteries is the name of the Hierophant, and he is Ishiri Esti, the Osiris of the nether world. The Hiereus. The station of the Hiereus is at the extreme west of the temple at the lowest point of Makuth and in the black portion thereof, representing a terrible avenging god at the confines of matter at the borders of the Klipot. He is throned upon matter and robed in darkness, and about his feet are thunder and lightning, which two forces are symbolized by the impact of the paths Shin and Kov, fire, Pisces, terminating respectively in the russet and olive quarters of Makuth. There, therefore, he is placed as a mighty and avenging guardian unto the sacred mysteries. His symbols and insignia are, the throne of the west at the limits of Makuth, the robe of darkness, the sword, the banner of the west, the layman, Fig. 7. Avenger of the gods is the name of the Hiereus, and he is Horus in the city of blindness and of ignorance unto the higher. The hegemon. The place of the hegemon is between the two pillars, whose bases are in Netzach and Hod at the intersection of the paths of Pe and Samek in the symbolic gateway of occult science, as it were at the beam of the balance at the equilibrium of the scales of justice, at the point of the intersection of the lowest reciprocal path with that of Samek, which latter forms a part of the middle column, being placed as the guardian of the threshold of the entrance and the preparer of the ways for the enterer thereby. Therefore the reconciler between light and darkness and the mediator between the stations of the Hierophant and the Hiereus. His symbols and insignia are, the robe of pure whiteness, the mitre-headed scepter, the layman, Fig. 8. Before the face of the gods in the place of the threshold is the name of the hegemon, and she is the goddess Thmaist of dual form as Thmaeus, more fiercey, and Thmate, more fluidic. The Kirux. The Kirux is the principal form of Anubis, the sentinel being the subsidiary form. The Kirux is the Anubis of the east, whilst the sentinel is the Anubis of the west. The Kirux is the herald, guardian, and watcher within the temple. Symbolism of the table, Z.1, 55 AYIRL is the watcher without, and therefore is his 1e proper disposition of the furniture of the temple. Leah insignia of office are the red lamp and the wand. Vacher of the gods is his name, and he is N part of the hall, without and to the northwest K pillar. He has care of the robes, and insignia of his peculiar ensign is the cup. The goddess at F the balance at the black pillar is the name of Stoists, and she is Oramuth, or the light shining he waters upon the earth. Ladoushas. The station of the Dadoushas is towards the st of the southern part of the hall and to the southwest Vite pillar. He has charge of the lights, the fire, and ise of the temple. His ensign is the swastika, or cross. Goddess of the scale of the balance at the pillar is the name of the Dadoushas, and she is Eshnith, or perfection through fire manifesting one the earth. On the grade of neophyte document Z3, the opening, the officers and members being assembled, the Kirux proceeds to the right of the Hierophant and facing west raises his wand, as a symbol of the ray of divine light from the white triangle of the three supernals, and cries, Akas, Akas. Este, Babeloi, in order to warn the evil and uninitiated to retire so that the triangle may be formulated upon the altar. The Hierophant then calls upon all present to assist him in opening the hall of the neophytes and bids the Kiruks to see that the hall is properly guarded. The three chief officers, the Fratra and Sorors of the order, then give the sign of the neophyte, after which the Hiereus explains that the names of the three chief officers commence with the letter of breath, but that in the name Osiris, the H is silent and concealed, as it were shrouded in zero. In the name Horus it is manifested and violently aspirated, while in the name Themis, it is partly one and partly the other. The Hiereus, having explained the meaning of the letter H, then recapitulates the stations and duties of the officers, thus occultly affirming the establishment of the temple so that the divine light may shine into the darkness. In explaining his own station, the Hierophant says, "My place is on the throne of the East, which symbolizes the rise of the Sun of Life and Light. My duty is to rule and govern this hall in accordance with the laws of the order. The red color of my robe symbolizes light, my insignia are the scepter and banner of the East, which signify power and light, mercy and wisdom, and my office is that of expounder of the mysteries." The mystic perambulation then follows the purification of the hall and the members by water and by fire, after which the Hierophant orders the mystic perambulation to take place in the path of light. The procession of officers and members is then formed in the north, in readiness for the mystic perambulation in the path of light. It is formed in the north beginning from the station of the Stolestes, the symbol of the waters of creation attracting the divine spirit, and therefore alluding to the creation of the world, whilst the reverse circumambulation has its rise from the station of the Data-Ushas, symbolic of the ending and judging of the world by fire. But the circumambulation also commences with the paths Shin and Kov, as though bringing into action the solar fire, whilst the reverse commences by those of Pe and Zadi as though bringing the watery reflux into action. This is the order of the circumambulation. First cometh Anubis, the watcher of the gods, next Themis, the goddess of the hall of truth, then Horus, then the remaining members in order of precedence, and lastly, the goddess of the scales of the balance, as though a vast wheel were revolving, as it is said, one wheel upon the earth beside the cherub. This refers to the whirling motions, primum mobile, and the evolutions of the planets. Gilgulum, C. Meyer, 1888. Of this wheel the ascending side commenceth from below the pillar of Nephthys and the descending side from below the pillar of Isis, but in the reverse circumambulation, that is, contrary, and the nave or axis of the wheel will be about the invisible station of Harpocrates, as though that God stood there with the sign of silence and affirmed the concealment of that central atom of the will which alone revolveth not. The object of the mystic circumambulation is to attract and make connection between the divine light above and the temple, and therefore the Hierophant quittateth his throne to take part therein, but remaineth there to attract by his scepter the light from beyond the veils. Each member in passing the throne of the East gives the sign of the Enterer, projecting forwards the light which cometh from the scepter of the Hierophant. But Horus passes only once, for he is the son of Osiris, and inheriteth the light, as it were by birthright from him, wherefore he goeth at once to the station of the Hiereus to fix the light there. The Hegemon, the goddess of truth, passeth twice, because her rule is that of the balance of the two scales, and she retireth to her station, there to complete the reflux of the middle pillar. But Anubis of the East and the others circumambulate thrice as affirming the completion of the perfecting of the white triangle on the altar. The circumambulation being completed, the members and remaining officers remain standing whilst the Hierophant repeats the adoration, "Holy art thou, Lord of the universe. Holy art thou, whom nature hath not formed. Holy art thou, the vast and mighty one. Lord of light and of darkness." After each of these sentences, all bow and give the sign, the officers raising their banners, scepters, swords, and wands on high and then sinking them in salutation. The Hierophant then orders the Kiruks to declare the hall of the neophytes opened by him, which he does in the following words: "In the name of the Lord of the universe, I declare that the sun hath risen, and that the light shineth in darkness." After which the three chief officers repeat the mystic words, "Cabs a Empect." Conx om pax. Light in extension. The temple is then open. On the neophyte ritual, the admission. The candidate is waiting without the portal, under the care of the sentinel, the watcher without, that is, under the care of the form of Anubis of the West. The Hierophant informs the members assembled that he me on the grade of neophyte, Z.3, 59 holds a dispensation from the greatly honored chiefs of the Second Order, for the purpose of commencing the process of initiation which shall ultimately lead the candidate to the knowledge of his higher self. But he is first admitted to the grade of neophyte which hath no number, concealing the commencement of all things under the simulacrum of no thing. The hegemon, the representative of the gods of truth and justice, is consequently sent to superintend the preparation, thus symbolizing that it is the presider of equilibrium who is to administrate the process of initiation by the commencement of equilibrium of the forces in the candidate himself, by the symbols of rectitude and self-control. But it is the sentinel who actually prepares the candidate, whose body is now surrounded by a triple cord to show the restriction of the power of nature, and it is triple to show the white triangle of the three supernals. His eyes are also bandaged, symbolizing that the light of the natural world is but darkness compared with the radiance of the light divine. The ritual then continues. Hegemon says, "Child of earth, arise and enter into the path of darkness." The Hierophant then gives permission, ordering the Stolestes and the Daedouches to assist the Kirux in the reception, but the Kirux bars the way, saying, "Child of earth, unpurified and unconsecrated, thou canst not enter our sacred hall." Whereupon the Stolestes purifies the candidate by water, and the Daedouches consecrates him by fire. Addressed by the Hierophant, then the Hierophant speaks. He does so not as to an assembly of mortals, but as a god before the assembly of the gods. And let his voice be so directed that it shall roll through the universe to the confines of space, and let the candidate represent unto him a world which he is beginning to lead to the knowledge of its governing angel. As it is written, "The lightning lighteneth out of the east and flameth even unto the west, even so shall be the coming of the Son of Man." The candidate during the ceremony is addressed as child of earth, as representing the earthly and material nature of the natural man, he who cometh forward from the darkness of Makuth to strive to regain knowledge of the light. Therefore it is that the path of the initiate is called the path of darkness, for it is but darkness and foolish to the natural man. The Hierophant, in giving permission to the Kirux to admit the candidate, seals him with a motto as a new name. The motto is not a name given to the outer man's body, but as an occult signifier of the aspiration of his soul. In affirmation of this motto, now doth Osiris send forward the goddesses of the scales of the balance to baptize the aspirant with water and with fire. Even as it is written, "Except a man be born of water and of the Spirit, in no wise shall he enter into the kingdom of heaven." The Kirux, however, at once bars the way, as the candidate is still unpurified. Thereupon the goddesses of the scales purify and consecrate him. This is the first consecration. But even as there be 4 pillars at the extremities of a sphere when the 10 Sephiroth are projected therein, so also are there 4 separate consecrations of the candidate. Pledge of secrecy. The reception and consecration take place in the black portion of Makuth. When it is finished, the candidate is conducted to the foot of the altar, the citron portion of Makuth, and the part receiving the impact of the middle pillar. The Hierophant then says, "Child of earth, wherefore hast thou come to request admission to this order?" The hegemon answers for the candidate, "My soul is wandering in the darkness seeking for the light of occult knowledge, and I believe that in this order the knowledge of that light may be obtained." Whereupon the Hierophant asks the candidate whether he is willing in the presence of this assembly to take a great and solemn obligation to keep inviolate the secrets and mysteries of our order. Es1 Sar Ge 47. 4 on the grade of neophyte, Z.3, 61, to which the candidate himself replies, "I am." The Hierophant now advances between the pillars as if thus asserting that the judgment is concluded, and he advanceth by the invisible station of Harpocrates unto that of the evil triad, so that as a ruerist, he standeth upon the opposer. Hierophant is as Osiris when throned, and when he moves, is as Aruarist. He thus cometh to the east of the altar, interposing between the place of the evil triad and that of the candidate. At the same time the Hiereus advanceth on the candidate's left, and the hegemon standeth at his right, as formulating about him the symbol of the triad, before he be permitted to place his right hand in the center of the white triangle of the three supernals on the altar. And he first kneeleth in adoration of that symbol, as if the natural man abnegated his will before that of the divine consciousness. The Hierophant now orders the candidate to kneel, in the midst of the triad Aruarist, Horus, and Themis, to place his left hand in that of his initiator, and his right hand upon the white triangle as symbolizing his active aspiration towards his higher soul. The candidate then bows his head and the Hierophant gives one knock with his scepter, affirming that the symbol of submission unto the higher is complete. Only at that moment doth the colossal image of Thothmetatone, one of the invisible officers, cease from the sign of the enterer, and giveth the sign of silence instead, thus permitting the first real descent of the genius of the candidate, who descendeth unto the invisible station of Harpocrates as witness unto the obligation. The penalty for betrayal ars all then rise and the candidate repeats the obligation after the Hierophant. In it he pledges himself to keep secret the order, its name, and the names of its members, as well as the proceedings which take place at its meetings, to maintain kindly and benevolent relation with all the fratra and sorors of the order, to prosecute with zeal and study the occult sciences, etc. He then swears to observe the above. Under the awful penalty of submitting myself to a deadly and hostile current of will set in motion by the chiefs of the order, by which I shall fall slain or paralyzed without visible weapon, as if blasted by the lightning flash. Hiereus here suddenly applies sword. So help me Lord of the universe of my own higher soul. As the candidate affirmeth his own penalty should he prove a traitor to the order, the evil triad riseth up in menace, and the avenger of the gods, Horus, layeth the blade of his sword on the point of the doth junction, of the brain with the spine, thus affirming the power of life and death over the natural body, and the form of the higher self advanceth and layeth its hand on the candidate's head for the first time at the words, "So help me, Lord of the universe and my own higher soul." And this is the first assertion of the connecting link between them. Then after this connection is established doth the Hierophant in the following words raise the candidate to his feet, "Rise, newly obligated neophyte in the 0=0 grade of the Order of the Golden Dawn in the outer." Place the candidate in the northern part of the hall, the place of the greatest symbolic darkness. The candidate is then placed in the north, the invisible station of Taur, the bull of earth. But therein dwelleth Ahupshi, the rescuer of matter, Osiris in the sign of spring, that as the earth emergeth from the darkness and barrenness of winter, so the candidate may thus affirm the commencement of his emancipation from the darkness of ignorance. Osiris speaks, the Hierophant and Hiereus return to their thrones, therefore it is not Aruarist but Osiris himself that addresseth the candidate in the words, "The voice of my higher soul said unto me, let me enter the path of darkness, peradventure thus shall I obtain light. I am the only being in an abyss of darkness, from the darkness came I forth ere my birth, from the silence of a primeval sleep, and the voice of ages answered unto my soul, I am he that formulates in darkness, child of earth, the light shineth in the darkness, but the A1, HHEE on the grade of neophyte, Z.3, 63 darkness comprehendeth it not." And this is to confirm the link established between Neskama and the genius by communicating the conception thereof unto Ruash. Thus, therefore, Osiris speaketh in the character of the higher soul, the symbol of which is now standing between the pillars before him. The second circumambulation then takes place in the path of darkness, the symbolic light of occult science leading the way. This light of the Kirux is to show that the higher soul is not the only divine light, but rather a spark from the infinite flame. After the Kirux comes the hegemon, the translator of the higher self, leading the candidate, then the Stoliastes and Dataushas. Once they pass round the temple in solemn procession. It is the foundation in darkness of the bina angle of the whole triangle of the ineffable light. The Hierophant knocks once as they pass him, and the Hiereus does likewise, as the affirmation of mercy and vengeance respectively. A second time they pass the Hierophant affirming the commencement of the formulation of the angle of Chokmah. Passage to the west. The Kirux then bars the candidate's passage to the west, saying, "Child of earth, unpurified and unconsecrated, thou canst not enter the path of the west," thus indicating that the natural man cannot even obtain the understanding of the son of Osiris, except by purification and equilibrium. The candidate is then purified with water and consecrated by fire, after which he is allowed to approach the place of the twilight of the gods. And now only is the hoodwink slipped up for a moment to obtain a glimpse of the beyond. The Hiereus then challenges as follows: "Thou canst not pass by me, saith the guardian of the west, unless thou canst tell me my name." In this challenge is signified the knowledge of the formula, and that without the formula of Horus being formulated in the candidate, that of Osiris cannot be grasped. To the candidate this appears as the anger of God. For he cannot as yet comprehend that before mildness can be exercised rightly, the forces both of severity and mercy must be known and wielded. Therefore, the hegemon answers for him, "Darkness is thy name. Thou art the great one of the paths of the shades." The hegemon then suddenly lifts the hoodwink, and the candidate sees before him standing on the steps of the throne, the Hiereus with sword pointed to his breast. Slowly sinking the blade, Hiereus says, "Child of earth, fear is failure, be thou without fear, for in the heart of the crowd, virtue abideth not. Thou hast known me, so pass thou on." Passage to the east. The candidate is then revealed and the Kirux again bars his way, saying, "Child of earth, unpurified and unconsecrated, thou canst not enter the path of the east." This barring of the path is an extension of the meaning of the previous one, and the commencement of the formulation of the angle of Kether. Once again the candidate is purified with water and consecrated by fire, and the hookwink is slipped up to give a glimpse of the light as dimly seen through darkness, yet heralding a glory which is in the beyond. The Hierophant, slowly lowering his scepter, then says, "Child of earth, remember that unbalanced force is evil. Unbalanced mercy is but weakness, unbalanced severity is but oppression. Pass thou on unto the cubical altar of the universe." Thus formulating the force of the hidden central pillar, the Hierophant then leaves his throne and passeth between the pillars, halting at either the station of Harpocrates, the place of the evil triad, or at the east of the altar. The Hiereus standeth on the left of the candidate and the hegemon on his right, thus again formulating the triad of the three supernals. The Hierophant and Hiereus may hold their banners, anyhow it is done astrally, and the higher self of the candidate will be formulated once more in the invisible station of Harpocrates. The Hierophant then says, "Let the candidate kneel while I invoke the Lord of the universe," etc. After the prayer has been solemnly repeated, the Hierophant says, "Let the candidate rise," meaning let the light also arise in the candidate, and then, "Child of earth, long hast thou dwelt in darkness. Quit the night and seek the day." Admission of the candidate then only at the words, "Let the candidate rise," is the hoodwink definitely removed. The Hierophant, Hiereus, and hegemon join their scepters and swords above the candidate's head, thus formulating the supernal triad, and assert that they receive him into the order of the Golden Dawn, in the words, "Frater XYZ. We receive thee into the order of the Golden Dawn." They then recite the mystic words Cabs Am Pect, etc. as sealing the current of the flaming light. But the higher soul remaineth in the invisible station of Harpocrates, and to the spirit vision, at this point, there should be a gleaming white triangle formulated above the forehead of the candidate and touching it, the symbol of the white triangle of the three supernals. The Hierophant now calleth forward the Kirux, and turning towards the candidate says to him, "In all your wanderings through the darkness, the lamp of Kirux went before you, though you saw it not. It is the symbol of the hidden light of occult science. It here representeth to him a vague formulation of his ideal, which he can neither grasp nor analyze, Yet this light is not the symbol of his own higher self, but rather a ray from the gods to lead him there. The final consecration. The Hierophant then continues, let the candidate be conducted to the east of the altar. Honored Hiereus, I delegate to you the duty of entrusting the candidate with the secret signs, grip, grand word, and present password of the -0=0 grade of the Order of the Golden Dawn in the outer. Of placing him between the mystic pillars and of superintending his fourth and final consecration. The east of the altar is the place of the evil triad, and he is brought there as though affirming that he will trample upon and cast out his evil person, which will then become a support to him, but it must first be cast down unto its right place. The Hiereus now confers the secret signs, etc., and during this part of the ceremony, the position of the chief officers is as follows: the Hierophant on the throne of the east, the Hiereus at the east of the black pillar, and the hegemon at the east of the white pillar, the three again formulating the triad and strengthening it. Thus the higher soul will be formulated between the pillars in the place of equilibrium, the candidate at the place of the evil triad. The Hiereus now advanceth between the pillars unto the invisible station of Harpocrates. The signs having been explained, the Hiereus draweth the candidate forward between the pillars, and for the second time in the ceremony the higher soul standeth near and ready to touch him. Then the Hiereus returneth to the east of the black pillar so that the three chief officers may draw down upon him the forces of the supernal triad. The candidate now therefore is standing between the pillars, bound with the rope, like the mummified form of Osiris between Isis and Nephthys, and in this position doth the fourth and final consecration by the goddesses of the balance take place, the aspirant for the first time standing between the pillars at the point wherein are localized the equilibrated forces of the balances, and meanwhile the Chirux goeth to the north in readiness for the circumambulation, so as to link the latter with the final consecration of the candidate. The Stoli Stes then says, Frater XYZ. I finally consecrate thee by water. And the Dato Ushas, Frater XYZ. I finally consecrate thee by fire. And the effect of this is to seal finally into the sphere of sensation of the candidate, the pillars in balanced formation. For in natural man the symbols are unbalanced in strength, some being weaker and some stronger, and the effect of the ceremony is to strengthen the weak and purify R44 on the grade of neophyte, Z.3, 67 bb. The strong, thus gradually commencing to equilibrate the macro COSM. The badge of the grade. The Hierophant then says, Honored hegemon, the final consecration of the candidate having been performed, I command you to remove the rope from his waist, the last remaining symbol of darkness, and to invest him with the distinguishing badge of the grade. The hegemon, executing the Hierophant's order, says, By command of the very honored Hierophant, I invest you with the distinguishing badge of the grade. It symbolizes light dawning in the darkness. The four pillars being thus established, now only is the candidate invested with the badge of the white triangle of the three supernals formulating in darkness, and now only is the higher soul able to link with him, if the human will of the natural man be in reality consenting thereto. For the free will of the candidate as a natural man is never obsessed, either by the higher soul, or by the ceremony. But the will consenting, the whole of the ceremony is directed to the strengthening of its action. And as the badge is placed upon him, it is as though the two great goddesses, Isis and Nephthys, in the place of the columns, stretched forth their wings over the form of Osiris, to restore him again unto life. The mystic circumambulation then followeth in the path of light, to represent the rising of the light in the candidate, through the operation of self-sacrifice, as he passeth the throne of the east. The red Calvary cross is astrally formulated above the white triangle of the three upon his forehead, so that so long as he belongeth to the order he may have that potent and sublime symbol as a link with his higher self, and as an aid in his search for the forces of the light divine forever, if he only will it. But the higher soul, or genius, returneth unto the invisible station of Harpocrates, into the place of the hidden center, yet retaining the link formulated with the candidate. An initiate neophyte. The address of the Hierophant then follows, Frater XYZ. I must congratulate you on your having passed with so much fortitude through your ceremony of admission to the 0=0 grade of the Order of the Golden Dawn in the Outer. I will now direct your attention to a brief explanation of the principal symbols of your grade. When these have been explained, the Crux, as the Watcher Anubis, announceth in the following words that the candidate has been admitted as an initiate neophyte, in the name of the Lord of the Universe and by command of the very honored Hierophant. Hear all ye, that I proclaim that AB, who hereafter will be known unto you by the motto XYZ, has been admitted in due form to the 0=0 grade of neophyte in the Order of the Golden Dawn in the Outer. The Hiereus then addresseth the neophyte and congratulates him upon being admitted a member of the Order, whose professed object and end is the practical study of occult science. After which the Hierophant stateth clearly the principia which the neophyte must now commence to study. This being at an end, the Crux conducteth the neophyte to his table and giveth him a solution, telling him to pour a few drops on the plate before him. As he does so, the solution changes to a blood color, and the Crux says, as this pure, colorless, and limpid fluid is changed into the semblance of blood, so mayest thou change and perish, if thou betrayest thine oath of secrecy of this order, by word or deed. The Hierophant then says, resume your seat in the north-west, and remember that your admission to this order gives you no right to initiate any other person without dispensation from the greatly honored chiefs of the Second Order. Thus ends the admission, after which the closing takes place. On the grade of neophyte, Z.3, 69 The closing ceremony is opened by the cry, EKAS, EKAS, Este, Babeloi, and the greater part of its symbolism is explained in the opening. The reverse circumambulation is intended to formulate the withdrawal of the light of the supernal triad from the altar. The adoration then takes place, after which followeth the mystical repast, or communion in the body of Osiris. Its mystic name is the formula of the Justified One. For Osiris Onesiphorus hath said, he who is perfect before the gods hath said, these are the elements of my body, perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. For the secret of the dying rose is as the repressed sign of my suffering, and the flame-red fire as the energy of my undaunted will. And the cup of wine is the outpouring of the blood of my heart sacrificed unto regeneration and the newer life. And the bread and salt are as the foundations of my body, which I destroy in order that they may be renewed. For 1 am Osiris triumphant, even Osiris Onesiphorus the justified. I am he who is clothed with the body of flesh, yet in whom is the spirit of the mighty gods. I am the Lord of life triumphant over death. He who partaketh with me shall rise with me. I am the manifester in matters of those whose abode is in the invisible. I am purified, I stand upon the universe. I am the reconciler with the eternal gods. I am the perfecter of matter, and without me the universe is not. The Hierophant now says, nothing now remains but to partake in silence the mystic repast composed of the symbols of the four elements, and to remember our pledge of secrecy. The Hierophant quits his throne, goes to the west of the altar, and facing east, salutes and continues, I invite you to inhale with me the perfume of this rose as a symbol of air, smelling rose, to feel with me the warmth of this sacred flame, spreading hands over it, to eat with me this bread and salt as types of the earth, eats, and finally to drink with me the wine, the consecrated emblem of elemental water, drinks from the cup. The Hierophant then goes to the east, i.e. the altar, and faces west. The Hiereus comes to the west of the altar and salutes the Hierophant, receiving the elements from him. All then partake in order of rank, Hegemon from Hiereus, Stoliestes from Hegemon, Dadoutius from Stoliestes, senior members from Dadoutius, and Crux from the candidate. But the Crux says, it is finished, and inverts the cup, to show that the symbols of self-sacrifice and regeneration are accomplished. And this proclamation is confirmed by the Hierophant, and the 3 officers each give the 3 strokes emblematic of the mystic triad, and in 3 different languages repeat the 3 mystic words. Cabs am pect konxom pax. Light in extension. The Hierophant then finally closes the ceremony by saying, "May what we have this day partaken of sustain us in our search for the quintessence, the stone of the philosophers, the true wisdom and perfect happiness, and the summum bonum." All then disrobe and disperse. Officers _required note Chapter 8 The Neophyte Ritual 0=0 in the East Imperator Cancellarius past Hierophant. Premonstrator and in the center. Hierophant, red robe, layman fig 6, sword. On the floor, fig 10, Hiereus, black robe, layman, fig 7, sword. Hegemon, white robe, layman, fig 8, scepter. Chirux, layman, lamp, wand. Stoliestes, layman, cup of lustral water. Daedouches, layman, thurible. Sentinel, layman, sword. For the altar, cross and triangle, fig 3, red rose, red lamp, cup of wine, paten of bread, salt. For the candidate, black gown, red shoes, hoodwink, rope, sash, chemical change. When the members are assembled and clothed, Hierophant gives 1 knock and the officers rise. Members do not rise except for the adorations to the east or when asked for the signs, nor do they circumambulate with the officers. But when they do have occasion to move in the temple, they do so in the direction of the sun, making the neophyte signs on passing the throne of the east. Whether the Hierophant is there or not, the grade signs are made in the direction of movement except when entering or leaving the hall, when they are made towards the east. This sign represents 1 knock made by rapping the base or shaft of the wand or staff or the pommel of the sword on the floor or table. The secret rituals of the Golden Dawn 0=0 Ritual of the First Order of the Golden Dawn in the outer marrow, Chirux, marrow, Chirux, marrow, Mirius, marrow, Darius, marrow, H. Mirius, marrow, Mirius, Hiero, Hiereus, H. Miro, Hiereus, marrow, Mirius, hero, all members assembled wearing regalia. Chirux goes to the right of Hierophant, faces west, and proclaims, Acas, Acas, Este, Babeloi, returns to place. Fratra and sorors of the Order of the Golden Dawn in the outer, assist me to open the hall of the neophytes of the Isis temple, all rise. Frater Chirux see that the temple is properly guarded. Answered by sentinel, very honored Hierophant, the hall is properly guarded. Very honored Hiereus, assure yourself that all present have witnessed the Golden Dawn. Fratra and sorors of the Order of the Golden Dawn in the outer give the signs of a neophyte, done. Very honored Hierophant, saluting, all present have been so honored. Hiereus, how many chief officers are there in this grade? 3. Very honorable Hierophant, namely, the Hierophant, Hiereus and Hegemon. Is there any peculiarity in these names? They all commence with the letter H. Of what is this letter the symbol? Of life, because the character H is one mode of representing the ancient Greek aspi rate, and breathing, and breath, are the evidence of life. How many assistant officers are there in this grade? 3. Besides the sentinel, namely, the Chirux, the Stoliestes, and Daedouches. The situation of the sentinel? Without the portal of the hall. His duty? Armed with a lethal weapon to keep out intruders and to prepare the candidate. Frater Daedouches, your situation? Dad, marrow, stall, hero, Chirux, marrow, Chirux, Nero, heg, marrow, heg. The neophyte ritual 0=0 IPS in the south, very honored Hierophant, to symbolize heat and dryness. Your duty? I attend to the censer, and the incense, and I assist in the purification and consecration by fire of the hall, of the members, and of the candidate. Frater Stoli Stes, your situation? In the north, very honored Hierophant, to symbolize cold and moisture. Your duty? I see that the robes, collars, and insignia of the officers are ready before the opening. I attend to the cup of lustral water and I assist in the purification and consecration by water, of the hall, of the members, and of the candidate. Frater Kirux, your situation? Within the portal of the hall, very honored Hierophant. Your duty? I see that all the furniture of the hall is properly arranged before the opening. I guard the inner side of the portal. I admit fratra and sorors of the order. I assist in the reception of the candidates. I attend to the lamp of my office. I lead the mystic circumambulation and make all announcements and reports. What do your lamp and wand symbolize? The light of occult science and directing power. Honored Hegemon, your station? Between the two pillars of Hermes and Solomon facing the cubical altar of the universe, very honored Hierophant. Your duty? I preside over the symbolized gateway of occult science. I am the reconciler between light and darkness. I immediately follow the Kirux in the mystic circumambulations. I superintend the preparation of the candidate, lead him through the Heg, Marrow, Heg, Marrow, Heg, Marrow, Heg, Marrow, Mirius, Marrow, Mirius, Marrow, Mirius, Hmtero, Mirius, Marrow, Mirius, Marrow, Mirius, Hmtero, Mirius, Marrow, Mirius, Hmiro, the secret rituals of the Golden Dawn path of darkness into light and assist in his reception, and I aid the other officers in the execution of their duties. What does the white color of your robe symbolize? Purity. Your peculiar ensign of office? The mitre-headed scepter. What does it symbolize? Religion, to guide and regulate life. What does your office symbolize? Those higher aspirations of the soul, which should guide its actions. Honored Hiereus, your station? On the throne of the West, very honored Hierophant. What does the throne of the West symbolize? Increase of darkness, decrease of light. Your duty? I preside over twilight and darkness, which encompass us in the absence of the sun of life and light. I guard the gate of the West. I assist in the reception of the candidate and I superintend the inferior officers in the execution of their duties. What does the black color of your robe symbolize? Darkness. Your peculiar insignia of office? The sword and the banner of the West, Fig 5. What does the banner of the West symbolize? Twilight. What does the sword symbolize? Severity and judgment. What does your office symbolize? Fortitude. My place is on the throne of the East, which symbolizes the rise of the Sun of life and light. My duty is to rule and govern this hall in Stahl, Dad, Hegemon, Marrow, Kirux, the neophyte ritual 0 equals 075 accordance with the laws of the order. The red color of my robe symbolizes light, my insignia are the scepter and the banner of the East, Fig. 4, which signify power and light, mercy and wisdom, and my office is that of expounder of the mysteries. Frater Stoli Stes, I command you to purify the hall and the members by water. Does so, saying, I consecrate with water. Frater Dato Ushas, I command you to purify the hall and the members by fire. Does so, saying, I consecrate with fire. Goes to the north and faces east. Rising with scepter and banner, let the mystic circumambulation take place in the path of light. Done in due form, Kirux first, then Hegemon, Hiereus, other members and Stoli Stes and Dato Ushas last. They pass 3 times around from east by south to west. After first round Hiereus returns to his place, after second round Hegemon, after third remaining members, each as he passes the throne of the East salutes and lowers insignia, except the Hierophant. The mystic circumambulation symbolic of the rise of the light is accomplished, and let us adore the Lord of the universe. Adoration. Holy art thou, Lord of the universe. Holy art thou, whom nature hath not formed. Holy art thou, the vast and mighty one. Lord of the light and of the darkness. All salute, Frater Crux, in the name of the Lord of the universe, I command you to declare that I have opened the hall of the neophytes. Going to the right of the Hierophant as usual, in the name of the Lord of the universe, I declare that the sun hath arisen, and that the light shineth in the darkness. Asterisk. I Mirius, Heg, Marrow, the secret rituals of the Golden Dawn ***, all resume their seats. Cabs, ***Hyrius, am, ***Heg, Pect, ***Hyrius, konx star. Heg, om, ***Pax ***Heg, light, ***in, Hyrius, extension, ***ceremony of admission. The candidate is not to be told the name of the order until his admission. Marrow, Heg, Crux, Marrow, Crux, Stahl, Dad, ***Fratra and Sorors of the Order of the Golden Dawn in the outer, I have received a dispensation from the greatly honored chiefs of the Second Order to admit AB to the 0=0 grade of neophyte. Honored hegemon instruct AB to hold himself, or herself, in readiness for the ceremony of his, or her, admission, and superintend his, or her, preparation. Hegemon removes his chair from between the columns, salutes Hierophant, quits temple, and prepares candidate as follows: hoodwinked and a rope thrice round waist. Child of earth, arise and enter the path of darkness. Asterisk. Very honored Hierophant, is it your pleasure that the candidate be admitted? It is. Admit AB in due form, who will hereafter be known by the motto XYZ. Fratra Stoli Stes and Dato Ushas assist the Crux in the reception. They join Crux at door. Crux opens door but bars the entrance. Child of earth, unpurified and unconsecrated, thou canst not enter our sacred hall. Signing a cross on candidate's forehead, child of earth, I purify thee with water. Sensing the candidate, child of earth, icon. Candidate, hiero, can, hero, the neophyte ritual 0=077 secrete thee with fire. Conducts the candidate to the foot of the altar, child of earth, why hast thou come to request admission into this order? Prompted by hegemon, my soul is wandering in darkness, seeking for the light of occult knowledge, and I believe that in this order the knowledge of that light may be obtained. AB. I hold in my hand your signed pledge to keep secret all relating to this order, but to confirm it I now ask if you are willing in the presence of this assembly to take a great and solemn obligation to keep inviolate the secrets and mysteries of our order? Let me however assure you that this obligation contains nothing incompatible with your civil, moral, or religious duties. I am. Banners left at thrones. Hierophant advances between pillars to eastern side of altar. Hieria stands on candidate's left, hegemon on candidate's right. Thou wilt kneel on both knees, give me your right hand, which I place on this sacred and sublime symbol, places candidate's right hand in the center of the triangle. Place your left hand in mine, bow your head, repeat your full name at length and say after me, all rise. The obligation I, AB, in the presence of the Lord of the universe and of this hall of neophytes of the Order of the Golden Dawn in the outer, regularly assembled under warrant from the greatly honored chiefs of the Second Order, do of my own free will and accord hereby and hereon most solemnly pledge myself to keep secret this order, its name, the name of its members, and the proceedings which take place at its meetings, from all and every person in the whole world who is outside the pale of the order, and not even to discuss these with initiates, unless he or they are in possession of the password for the time being, nor yet with any member who has resigned, demitted, or been expelled, and I undertake to maintain a kind and benevolent relation with all the fratra and sorors of the order. I furthermore promise and swear that I will keep any information relative to this order, which may have become known to me prior to the completion of the ceremony of my admission, and I also pledge myself to divulge nothing whatsoever concerning this order to the outside world, in case either of my resignation, demission, or expulsion therefrom, after the completion of my admission. I will not seek to obtain any ritual or lecture pertaining to the order without due authorization from the premonstrator of my temple, nor will I possess any ritual or lecture unless it be properly registered and labeled by him. I further undertake that any such ritual or lecture and any case, cover or box containing them shall bear the official label of the Golden Dawn. I will not copy myself, nor lend to any other person to be copied, any ritual or lecture, until and unless I hold the written permission of the premonstrator to do so, lest our secret knowledge be revealed through my neglect or error. Furthermore, I undertake to prosecute with zeal the study of occult sciences, seeing that this order is not established for the benefit of those who desire only a superficial knowledge thereof. I will not suffer myself to be hypnotized or mesmerized, nor will I place myself in such a passive state that any uninitiated person, power, or being may cause me to lose control of my thoughts, words, or actions. The Neophyte Ritual 0=079. Neither will I use my occult powers for any evil purposes, and I further promise to persevere with firmness and courage through the ceremony of my admission, and these points I generally and severally, upon this sacred and sublime symbol, swear to observe without evasion, equivocation, or mental reservation of any kind whatsoever, under the no less penalty on the violation of any or either of them of being expelled from this order, as a willfully perjured wretch, void of all moral worth, and unfit for the society of all right and true persons, and in addition under the awful penalty of voluntarily submitting myself to a deadly and hostile current of will set in motion by the chiefs of the order, by which I should fall slain and paralyzed without visible weapon as if slain by the lightning flash. Hyrieus here suddenly lays the blade of his sword on the nape of the candidate's neck and withdraws it again. So help me the Lord of the universe and my own high-sent soul. Admission. Rise, newly obligated neophyte of the 0=0 grade of the Golden Dawn in the outer. Place the candidate in the northern part of the hall, the place of the greatest symbolic darkness. Done. Candidate faces to the east. Hierophant and Mirius return to their thrones. The voice of my higher soul said unto me, Let me enter the path of darkness, peradventure thus shall I obtain light. I am the only being in an abyss of darkness. From the darkness came I forth ere my birth, from the silence of a primeval sleep, and the voice of ages answered unto my soul, I am he that formulates in darkness, child of earth, the light shineth in the darkness, but the darkness comprehendeth it not. Let the mystic circumambulation take place in the path of darkness with the Mirius, Heg, Mirius, Kirux, Stal, Dad, Heg, the secret rituals of the Golden Dawn, symbolic light of occult science to guide the way. Kirux leads with light and wand, Hegemon guides the candidate, Stoliestes and Daedalus follow, thrice round. First time Hierophant trademark, and Hyrieus, second time Hierophant. They halt in the south. Child of earth, unpurified and unconsecrated, thou canst not enter the path of the west. Signing a cross on candidate's forehead, child of earth, I purify thee with water. Sensing candidate, child of earth, I consecrate thee with fire. Child of earth, twice consecrated, thou mayest approach the gate of the west. They move to the west, facing throne, and halt. Hyrieus rises, takes banner in left hand, menaces candidate with sword and says as the hegemon slips up the candidate's hoodwink, Thou canst not pass by me, saith the guardian of the west, unless thou canst tell me my name. Darkness is thy name, the great one of the paths of the shades. Slowly sinking point of sword, child of earth, fear is failure. Therefore be without fear, for in the heart of the coward virtue abideth not. Thou hast known me, so pass thou on. Hoodwink slip down again, they move to the north and halt. Child of earth, unpurified and unconsecrated, thou canst not enter the path of the east. Signing a cross on the candidate's forehead, child of earth, I purify thee with water. Sensing the candidate, child of earth, I consecrate thee with fire. Child of earth, thrice consecrated, thou mayest approach the gate of the east. They move to the east-facing throne and halt. Hiero rises, takes banner in left hand and raises scepter as if to strike. Hegemon slips up cand. Purposes, and I further promise to persevere with firmness and courage through the ceremony of my admission, and these points I generally and severally, upon this sacred and sublime symbol, swear to observe without evasion, equivocation, or mental reservation of any kind whatsoever, under the no less penalty on the violation of any or either of them of being expelled from this order, as a wilfully perjured wretch, void of all moral worth, and unfit for the society of all right and true persons, and in addition under the awful penalty of voluntarily submitting myself to a deadly and hostile current of will set in motion by the chiefs of the order, by which I should fall slain and paralyzed without visible weapon as if slain by the lightning flash. Hiereus here suddenly lays the blade of his sword on the nape of the candidate's neck and withdraws it again. So help me the Lord of the universe and my own high-sent soul. Admission rise, newly obligated neophyte of the 0=0 grade of the Golden Dawn in the outer. Place the candidate in the northern part of the hall, the place of the greatest symbolic darkness. Done. Candidate faces to the east, Hierophant and Mirius return to their thrones. The voice of my higher soul said unto me, let me enter the path of darkness, peradventure thus shall I obtain light. I am the only being in an abyss of darkness. From the darkness came I forth ere my birth, from the silence of a primeval sleep, and the voice of ages answered unto my soul, I am he that formulates in darkness, child of earth, the light shineth in the darkness, but the darkness comprehendeth it not. Let the mystic circumambulation take place in the path of darkness with the Mirius, Heg, Mirius, Kirux, Stahl, Dad, Heg, the secret rituals of the Golden Dawn symbolic light of occult science to guide the way. Kirux leads with light and wand, Hegemon guides the candidate, Stoli Stes and Daedalus follow, thrice round. First time Hierophant trademark, and Hiereus, second time Hierophant. They halt in the south. Child of earth, unpurified and unconsecrated, thou canst not enter the path of the west. Signing a cross on candidate's forehead, child of earth, I purify thee with water. Sensing candidate, child of earth, I consecrate thee with fire. Child of earth, twice consecrated, thou mayest approach the gate of the west. They move to the west, facing throne, and halt. Hiereus rises, takes banner in left hand, menaces candidate with sword and says as the hegemon slips up the candidate's hoodwink, thou canst not pass by me saith the guardian of the west unless thou canst tell me my name. Darkness is thy name, the great one of the paths of the shades. Slowly sinking point of sword, child of earth, fear is failure. Therefore be without fear, for in the heart of the coward virtue abideth not. Thou hast known me, so pass thou on. Hoodwink slip down again, they move to the north and halt. Child of earth, unpurified and unconsecrated, thou canst not enter the path of the east. Signing a cross on the candidate's forehead, child of earth, I purify thee with water. Sensing the candidate, child of earth, I consecrate thee with fire. Child of earth, thrice consecrated, thou mayest approach the gate of the east. They move to the east-facing throne and halt. Hiero rises, takes banner in left hand and raises scepter as if to strike. Hegemon slips up cand. Marrow, the neophyte ritual 0=081 dates hoodwink. Thou canst not pass by me saith the guardian of the east, unless thou canst tell me my name. Light dawning in darkness is thy name, the light of a golden day. Slowly lowering scepter, child of earth, remember that unbalanced force is evil, unbalanced mercy is but weakness, unbalanced severity is but oppression. Thou hast known me, so pass thou on unto the cubical altar of the universe. Hoodwink slipped down and candidate taken to west of altar. Hierophant leaves throne and stands between the pillars, facing candidate with scepter in right hand and banner in left. Hegemon on candidate's right, Kirux behind candidate, Stoli Stes and Datousha's right and left of Kirux. All rise, let the candidate kneel while I invoke the Lord of the Universe. Candidate kneels. Lord of the Universe, the Vest. And the Mighty One, Ruler of light and of darkness, we adore thee and we invoke thee. Look with favor upon this neophyte, who now kneeleth before thee, and grant thine aid unto the higher aspirations of his soul, so that he may prove true and faithful frater among us unto the glory of thy ineffable name. Amen. Let the candidate rise. Child of earth, long hast thou dwelt in darkness. Quit the night and seek the day. Hoodwink removed, and all clap hands. Hierophant, Hiereus, Hegemon join points of scepters and sword above, candidate's head and say together Hiereus, Frater XYZ we receive thee into this the order Heg, Marrow, of the Golden Dawn. Cabs Hiereus, AM Heg, Pect Hiereus, KONX Heg, OM Marrow, Mirius, the secret rituals of the Golden Dawn EAM Heg, light in Mirius, extension in all your wanderings through darkness the lamp of the, Kirux advances and raises his lamp, Kirux went before you, though you saw it not. It is the symbol of the hidden light of occult science. Let the candidate be conducted to the east of the altar. Honored Hiereus, I delegate to you the duty of entrusting the candidate with the secret signs, grip, grand word, and present password of the 0=0 grade of the Order of the Golden Dawn in the outer, of placing him between the mystic pillars and of superintending his fourth and final consecration. Hierophant returns to throne, Hiereus takes his place between the pillars, candidate is conducted by Hegemon to the east of the altar facing Hiereus. Hiereus giving sword and banner to Hegemon to hold. Frater XYZ, I now proceed to instruct you in the secret signs, grip, and token, grand word and password for the present time for this grade. Firstly, advance your left foot about 6 inches, this is called the step of the grade. The sign is twofold, the saluting sign and sign of silence. The first should always be answered by the second. The saluting sign is given by extending both arms horizontally forward, palms downwards, as if groping your way, and bow your head. It alludes to your condition in a state of darkness unillumined by the lamp of occult knowledge and groping your way blindly in the search for truth. The sign of silence is given by placing the left first finger on the mouth. It alludes to the strict silence inculcated on you by your obligation regarding all proceedings of the order. The grip or token is given in the following manner: advance your left foot about 6 inches touching mine, side to side and toe to heel. Now extend your right hand as if I. Mirius, Dad, Marrow, Heg, Marrow, the neophyte ritual 0=083 to grip mine, but miss it intentionally, again extend it and seize mine by the fingers only. It alludes to the seeking for guidance in darkness. The grand word is Harparkrat whispered by alternate syllables mouth to ear thus. It is the title of the Egyptian god of silence and should ever remind you of the strict silence you have sworn to maintain. The password is, which will be periodically changed at each equinox, so that a member who has resigned, has demitted, or has been expelled from the order, may be in ignorance of the existing password. I now place you between the two pillars of Hermes and Solomon in the symbolical gateway of occult science. Hiereus draws candidate forward between the pillars and unclasps hands. He receives sword and banner from Hegemon, stands at the latter's left, all facing candidate. Let the final consecration of the candidate take place. Goes to the north and faces east. Stoli Stes signs a cross on candidate's forehead, bows to Merophant and sprinkles east and says Frater XYZ, I purify thee finally with water. Sensing as Stoli Stes has done, Frater XYZ, I consecrate thee finally with fire. Honored hegemon, the final consecration of the candidate having been performed, I command you to remove the rope from his waist, the last remaining symbol of the path of darkness, and to invest him with the distinguishing badge of the grade. Doing so, by the command of the very honored Hierophant, I invest you with the distinguishing badge of the grade. It symbolizes light dawning in darkness. Let the mystic circumambulation take place in the path of light. Done, candidate between hegemon. The secret rituals of the Golden Dawn and Hiereus. All sit, hegemon between the columns as usual. Frater XYZ, I must congratulate you on having passed with so much fortitude through the ceremony of your admission into the 0=0 grade of the Order of the Golden Dawn in the outer. I will now direct your attention to a brief explanation of the principal symbols of this grade. Let me first premise that the hoodwink placed over your eyes at your preparation represented the darkness of ignorance, while the rope round your waist showed those earthly inclinations which ever endeavor to drag down and fetter the soul. The central object of the hall, the cubical altar, is emblematic of the material universe which is described in the Sefer Yetzirah, or Book of Formation, as being an abyss of height, an abyss of depth, an abyss of the east, an abyss of the west, an abyss of the north, and an abyss of the south. The altar is represented black to show the darkness and obscurity of nature in her workings. The white triangle is the symbol of the divine light and creative spirit, which formed the universe in darkness, and it therefore represents light dawning in darkness. The red Calvary cross that surmounts it symbolizes life. At its east, south, west, and north angles are a rose, fire, a cup of wine, bread, and salt. These allude to the four elements of air, fire, water, and earth. The mystic words Kabs Am Pekt, Konxom Pax are ancient Egyptian and Greek, which were repeated in the Eleusinian mysteries. Their literal translation is light in extension, and their import is may light be extended in abundance upon you. East of the cubical altar of the universe are the two pillars alike of Seth, of Hermes, and of Solomon. They represent eternal equilibrium, severity, and mercy, active and passive, fixed and volatile, and the phenomena of the dual polarity of the neophyte ritual 0=085 the magnet. The designs painted upon them in black and white are taken from certain chapters of the Egyptian ritual of the dead. The twin lamps which burn on their summits shine upon you, though their light is partly veiled, yet that through the knowledge of their equilibrium lies the pathway to occult science. Therefore stood I between them when you were restored to light, and therefore were you placed between them to receive the signs of these grades and the final consecration. Two contending forces and one which unites them eternally are represented by the two basal angles of the triangle and one which forms the apex. Such is the origin of all creation, it is the triad of life. My throne in the east represents the rise of the sun of life and light. The throne of the Hiereus facing me in the west represents increase of darkness and decrease of light. The hegemon seated between the columns is the synthesis of our equilibrium and the reconciler between light and darkness. These symbolical meanings are further enlarged by the colors of our robes and by our insignia. The wand and lamp of the Kirux are the magic light and staff of occult science to guide us in darkness. The seat of the Stoli Stes in the north represents the powers of cold and moisture, as that of the Dado-Ushas in the south does those of heat and dryness. I have much pleasure in now instructing the Kirux to announce that you have been duly admitted a member of this ancient and honorable order. Frater Kirux, you have my command to declare that the candidate has been duly admitted to a participation in the secrets and mysteries of this grade. Going to the Hierophant's right as usual and facing west, in the name of the Lord of the universe and by command of the very honored Hierophant, hear all ye that I proclaim that a be. Who will hereafter be? Mirius, the secret rituals of the Golden Dawn known unto you by the motto XYZ has been admitted in due form to the 0=0 grade of the neophyte of the Order of the Golden Dawn in the outer. All clap hands. Very honored Hiereus, I delegate to you the duty of pronouncing a short address to our frater on his admission. As you have now passed through the ceremonies of your admission, allow me to congratulate you on being admitted a member of this ancient and honorable order, whose professed object and end is the practical study of occult science. Let me therefore advise you to remember this day as a marked one in your existence and to adopt and cultivate a mental condition worthy of this order. To this end let me first earnestly recommend you never to forget due honor and reverence to the Lord of the universe, for as the whole is greater than its parts, so is he far greater than we, who are but as sparks derived from that unsupportable light which is in him. It is written that the borders of his garment of flame sweep the ends of the universe, and unto him all return. Therefore do we adore him, therefore do we invoke him, therefore in adoration to him sinks even the banner of the East. Done. Secondly, let me advise you never to ridicule or cast obloquy upon the form of religion professed by another, for what right have you to desecrate what is sacred in his eyes? Thirdly, never let the seal of secrecy regarding the order be absent from your recollection, and beware that you betray it not by a casual or unthinking word. Fourthly, study well that great arcanum, the proper equilibrium of mercy and of severity, for either unbalanced is not good, unbalanced severity is cruelty and oppression, unbalanced mercy is but re_fe. Marrow, the neophyte ritual 0 = 087 weakness and would permit evil to exist unchecked, thus making itself as it were the accomplice of that evil. Lastly, do not be daunted by the difficulties of occult study, and remember that every obstacle can at length be conquered by perseverance. Before you can pass on to the next higher grade of this order, you will have to make yourself perfect in the following: 1. The names and alchemical symbols of the 4 elements. 2. The names, astrological symbols, and elemental attribution of the 12 signs of the zodiac. 3. The names and astrological symbols of the 7 planets, also their houses, exaltation, and triplicity in the zodiac. 4. The names, characters, and numerical values of the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. 5. The names and English meanings of the 10 Kabbalistic Sephiroth. A manuscript's lecture on these subjects of study may be obtained on application. When you know these thoroughly, you must signify the same by letter to the cancellarius or scribe. You will then be examined, and if found perfect you will be eligible for admission to the next higher grade, should the higher powers approve your application. Conducts candidate to his table, gives him a solution and tells him to pour a few drops on the plate before him. As this pure and limpid fluid is changed into the semblance of blood, so mayest thou perish if thou betrayest thine oath of secrecy to this order by word or deed. Resume your seat and remember that your admission to this order gives you no right to initiate any other person without dispensation from the Grand High Chiefs of the Second Order. Marrow, Mirius, Hegemon, Marrow, Kirux, Marrow, H. Mirius, Marrow, Marrow, Nero, Marrow, Marrow, the secret rituals of the Golden Dawn closing, as in opening, Acas, Acas, Este, Babeloi. Fratra and sorors of the Order of the Golden Dawn in the outer assist me to close this hall in the 0 = 0 grade of neophyte. All rise. OK ox OK Frater Kirux, see that the hall is properly guarded. Having done so, very honored Hierophant, the hall is properly guarded. Honored Hiereus, assure yourself that all present have witnessed the Golden Dawn. Fratra and sorors of the Order of the Golden Dawn in the outer, give the signs of a neophyte. Done. Very honored Hierophant, saluting, all present have been so honored. Frater Stoliestes, I command you to purify the hall and the members by water. Done as in opening. Frater Daedouches, I command you to purify the hall and the members by fire. Done as in opening. Let the mystic circumambulation take place in the path of light. Done as in opening, save that the procession forms in the south and goes the reverse way. The mystic reverse circumambulation is accomplished. It is symbolic of the fading light. Let us adore the Lord of the universe. The adoration: Holy art thou, Lord of the universe. Holy art thou, whom nature hath not formed. Holy art thou, the vast and mighty one. Lord of the light and of the darkness. All salute. Nothing now remains but to partake of the four elements and to remember the pledge of secrecy. Quits his seat without insignia, goes to the west of the altar and salutes the east. 1. Invite you to inhale with me the perfume of this rose, doing so, eat with me this bread and this salt as types of earth, and finally drink with me this wine, the consecrated emblem of elemental water. Doing so. All reso in silence, each from immediate predecessor by rank and seniority. Kirux comes last. He finishes wine, inverts cup, and says, "It is finished." Marrow, asterisk, all rise, T telestai. Inerius, asterisk hegemon asterisk hiero, cabs asterisk hiereus, am asterisk hegemon, pect asterisk h mirius, konx asterisk hegemon, om asterisk error equals pax asterisk hegemon, light asterisk marrow, in asterisk mirius, extension asterisk miro, may what we have partaken of sustain us in our search for the quintessence, the stone of the philosophers and perfect happiness and the sum. Mum bonum. Chapter 9. The first instructions. As the candidate was told at the end of the admission ceremony, it was necessary for him to learn certain occult basic and technical subjects between each grade, so that he could pass an examination in these before he was permitted to advance to the next grade. This information was issued in a series of documents known as knowledge lectures, of which there were 5 in all, the latter leading from the outer to the inner order. The subjects were stated in the charge to the candidate in some of the rituals, and they form terminology which was necessary in order to understand the more advanced workings. The data which follows is in a simplified form. 1. Names and alchemical symbols of the 4 elements: fire A combined heat and dryness. Earth Y combined cold and dryness. Air A combined heat and moisture. Water Vy combined cold and moisture. 2. The signs of the zodiac are 12, Aries, the Ram Taurus, the Bull 8 Gemini, the Twins 0 Cancer, the Crab goes Leo, the Lion % Virgo, the Virgin New York Libra, the Scales Scorpio, the Scorpion IL. Sagittarius, the Archer 10 Colones. Capricorn, the Goat 11. Aquarius, the Water Carrier equals 12. Pisces, the Fishes. The elemental attributions are as follows: fire is represented by Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. Earth is represented by Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn. Air is represented by Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. Water is represented by Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. 3. These are known as triplicities. Each group of 3 signs is attributed to one of the elements, each one of which has the particular characteristics in demonstrating the operation of its respective element. There were 7 planets known to the ancients: Saturn, ruler of Capricorn, Aquarius, exalted in Libra. Jupiter, ruler of Pisces, Sagittarius, exalted in Cancer. Mars, ruler of Aries, Scorpio, exalted in Capricorn. Sun or Sol, copyright ruler of Leo, exalted in Aries. Venus, ruler of Taurus, Libra, exalted in Pisces. Mercury, ruler of Gemini, Virgo, exalted in Virgo. Moon or Luna, ruler of Cancer, exalted in Taurus. The north and south nodes of the moon also carried certain planetary values. These nodes are the points where the moon's orbit touches the ecliptic and are named Caput Draconis, dB head of the dragon, similar in effect to Neptune. Cauda Draconis, 4p tail of the dragon, similar in effect to Uranus or Herschel. These very elementary astrological terms and symbols can be found in any good elementary textbook on the subject, a study of which is a great help in understanding the cosmic relationship of the ritualistic system of the Golden Dawn. The basic terms given here are meant only to be a brief introduction. The obvious analogy is the learning of tables before the study of mathematics, or the learning of an alphabet before studying a language. Thus, in a study of the occult it is necessary to become familiar with its terminology. For the names, and characters of the Hebrew alphabet together with their numerical values should be memorized. It should be noted that Hebrew is written from right to left and that 5 letters have a different shape when written at the end of a word and also a different value. In the older works, The Secret Rituals of the Golden Dawn 92 Swoid I Jo Uiki Ool Pro H Pre Jo Korg Ui Surasti Inau Aaq Yaadng Doig Ystg Jok at M Peos Xo Pui Jo Wed Pus Jo Adiask Awak Insop Suproms Yoidiam 10 Bag Moppuim 1 Uke Asenvoy Xo Yo Ornfs Refusus HSVS, Hayrace Enemas G09 Oean. 0060008080L090020 cents 009OV0600 cent 06OL68L9 and EINJ4 Ni Uris Isuidurili Ipezel Tpez.L Ruli Od Adula Years Juli UNN Juli Woy Wi Powi Jayi Adepidep POA Wal YQ4D Ulhazi Ned Yerdputh Yi Gidadi Judat Jakvid Pi Mege I Nag O underscore Zopco NY equals NAAOYDD, 17 N3, 3 UEEOSUOLIWA, SAUTSEA, I, Suans, 1, Yemoy 3 N3, YOZDCZONA, Shuri 3 E2 E1Q is no 1, 4, 42 EY, 4 PP. YS, C, 8, 4, 49.4. Surayi 1Q iOS, Epunos IT on 420D. There was no pointing as the modern style, so the numbers were of use in assessing the proper vowels and pronunciation in magical working. It is important to become familiar with the names, shapes and values of these letters, as they may be recognized as the basis of many of the magical formulae of the Golden Dawn. Workings. 5. The names and meanings of the Sephiroth have already been given in Chapter 4. A close study of these will also be useful in the examination of the more advanced rituals. Wanted for first point, Fig 10, 1. Admission badge, Philfot Cross, Fig 14. Portals, Shin 31, Tau 32, Cove 29. Earth Tablet in North, Fig 11. 5 Lamps. Triangle and cross for altar, Fig 13. Hoodwink. Flaming sword diagram before altar, Fig 12. Censer and cup of water. Salt for before tablet. Wanted for second point, Fig 15, 10. Shoe bread in the north, Fig 16. 11 7-branched candlesticks in the south, Fig 17. 12 2 extra lamps, 7 in all. Kunda TBNV, Fratra and sorors assembled and clothed. Marrow, Kirux, Marrow, Mirius, Marrow, Chapter 10 The Zelator Ritual 1 equals 10b equals H0 opening asterisk Fratra and sorors of the Order of the Golden Dawn in the outer, assist me to open the temple in the 1 equals 10 grade of Zelator. Frater Kirux, see that the temple is properly guarded. Done, asterisk most honored Hierophant, the temple is properly guarded. Honored Hiereus, see that none below the grade of Zelator are present. Fratra and sorors give the sign of 1 equals 10. Done, very honored Hierophant, all present have attained the grade of Zelator, giving sign. With sign, purify and consecrate the temple with Stal, Kirux, Marrow, Heg, Marrow, Hiero, the Zelator Ritual 1 equals 1095 water and fire. Kirux advances between the pillars, Stoli Stes, and Datoushas on either side of them to center of hall. All salute Hierophant with sign. Stoli Stes and Datoushas sprinkle water and sense towards east only, saying, I purify with water. I consecrate with fire. The temple is cleansed. Honored Hegemon, to what particular element is this grade attributed? To the element of earth. All face east. Let us adore the Lord and King of earth. Adoration, Adonai Haaretz Adonat Melech unto thee be the kingdom, the strength, and the splendor, making a cross in the air with scepter, Makoth, Gebera, and Gedula, the rose of Sharon and the lily of the valley, making a circle with scepter in the air. Forever Amen. All give sign. Goes to the north, faces earth tablet, holds salt on high, sprinkles a little towards the north and says, "Let the earth adore Adonai." All the officers quit their stations and go to the north, where they form thus in front of the earth tablet, salt, heg, marrow, Mirius, dad, Kirux, stall. Others remain in their places, but face north, making invoking circle and pentagram for earth in the air in front of the tablet. And Elohim said, "Let us make Adam in our marrow, Mirius, heg, the secret rituals of the golden dawn image after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeped upon the earth." And the Elohim created Adam in their own image, in the image of the Elohim created they them, male and female created they them. In the name of Adonai Melech and of the bride, and queen of the kingdom, spirits of the earth adore Adonai. Taking sword from Hyrieus and making therewith the sign Taurus in the air before the earth tablet. In the name of Oriel the great archangel of earth, and in the sign of the head of the ox, the spirits of the earth adore Adonai. Taking mitre-headed scepter from Hegemon and making a cross. In the names and letters of the great northern quadrangle, revealed unto Enoch by the angel Ave, spirits of the earth adore Adonai. Taking cup from Stoliastes and sprinkling towards north. In the three great secret names of God, borne upon the banners of the north more, Dial, Tga, spirits of earth adore Adonai. Taking censer and censing towards north. In the name of Iczod Hekal, great king of the north, spirits of the earth adore Adonai. All return to places. In the name of Adonai Eretz, I declare the temple open in the 1=10 grade of Zelator. Fok OKKK OK cock KKKKKK OK asterisk KKKKKK cock OK. Kirux, marrow, neo, marrow, the Zelator ritual 1=1097 Zelator 1=10 ceremony of advancement. First point, temple arranged as in Fig 10, Fratra and Sorors, our Frater XYZ, having made such progress in the paths of occult science as has enabled him to pass the examination in the requisite knowledge, is now eligible for advancement to this grade, and I have duly received a dispensation from the greatly honored chiefs of the second order, to advance him in due form. Honored Hegemon, superintend the preparation of the neophyte and give the customary alarm. Rises, salutes Hierophant, quits temple, and sees that the neophyte is prepared as follows: wearing sash of 0=0, hoodwinked, and with Philphot cross in right hand. Hegemon then takes neophyte by the left hand, and gives the alarm of ****, saying, "Let the candidate enter the portal of wisdom." Opens door and admits them. Except Adonai build the house, their labor is but lost that build it. Except Adonai keep the city, the watchman waked but in vain. Frater XYZ, but what aid dost thou seek advancement to the 1=10 grade of Zelator? Prompted by Heg. By the guidance of Adonai. By the possession of the requisite occult knowledge. By the dispensation of the greatly honored chiefs of the second order. By the signs and tokens of the 0=0 grade of neophyte, and by the symbol of the Hermetic cross. Holds up right hand with Philphot cross. Kirux takes it from neophyte. Give me the step and signs of the 0=0 grade of neophyte. Done. Marrow, neo, marrow, stall, dad, marrow, the secret rituals of the golden dawn Frater Kirux, receive from the neophyte the grip, grand word, and passwords of the 0=0. Done, very honored Hierophant, I have received their in due form. Saluting, conduct the neophyte to the west and place him between the mystic pillars. Done. Neophyte facing east. Frater XYZ, do you solemnly pledge yourself to maintain the same strict secrecy regarding the mysteries of this grade, which you have already sworn to maintain respecting those of the 0=0, never to reveal them to the outside world, and not even to impart them to a neophyte of this order without due dispensation from the higher powers? I do. Then you will kneel upon both knees, place your right hand upon the ground and say, I swear by the earth whereon I kneel. Done, let the hoodwink be removed. Hegemon does so and returns to his place, leaving neophyte kneeling between the pillars. Take with your left hand a few grains from the salt now presented to you by the Kirux and scatter them towards the north, saying, let the powers of earth witness my pledge. Kirux hands neophyte the salt from the earth tablet, indicates the direction of the north. Neophyte scatters. Kirux replaces salt and returns to neophyte. Let the neophyte rise. Fratrastoli stes and Data-ushas, purify and consecrate the neophyte with water and fire in confirmation of his pledge. Comes in front of neophyte and signs a cross on forehead, saying, Frater XYZ, I purify thee with water. Senses neophyte, saying, Frater XYZ, I consecrate thee with fire. Frater XYZ, I congratulate you on your perseverance in the acquirement of occult knowledge and on your having passed successfully through your examination for promotion to the 1=10 grade of Zelator. Let me therefore point out to you that the 0=0 grade of neophyte is merely preparation for the other degrees which succeeded, being as it were the threshold and entrance to the rest, and its symbolism is intended to show the hidden light of occult science dawning in the darkness of the material world. You, having now made sufficient progress, are to endeavor to begin to analyze and comprehend the nature of that light. Therefore, you now stand between the mystic pillars where the secrets of the 0=0 grade were communicated to you. Prepare to enter the immeasurable region and the tetragrammaton. Elohim planted a garden in Eden towards the east, and out of the ground made tetragrammaton to grow every tree that is pleasant unto the sight and good for food. The tree of life is also in the midst of the garden and is the tree of knowledge of good and evil. This is the tree which hath two paths, and it is the 10th Sephirah, Machath, and it hath about it 7 columns, and the 4 splendors whirl around it, as in the fourfold vision of the chariot of Ezekiel. From Gedula or Chesed it deriveth an influence of mercy, and from Gebera an influence of severity, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil shall it be till it is united in the supernal in doth. But the God which is under it is called the angel Metatron, and the evil the angel Samael, and between them lieth the straight and narrow way, which is kept by the angel Sandalphon, and above it the souls and the angels have place, and beneath it the Qliphoth or demons abide. Let the neophyte enter the path of evil. Neo, Mero, Heg, Neo, Heg, Mero, the secret rituals of the golden dawn seat of Hyrius and Haltz. Rising and threatening neophyte with sword, whence comest thou? Prompted by Kirux, I come from between the 2 pillars, and I seek the hidden knowledge in the name of Adonai. And the angel Samael answered and said, Am the prince of darkness and evil. The wicked and rebellious man gazeth upon the face of nature, and he findeth thereon naught but error and obscurity. With him it is but darkness of darkness, and he is a drunken man groping in darkness. Return, for thou canst not pass by. Neophyte conducted back to pillars. Let the neophyte enter the path of good. Kirux leads neophyte to the south towards the seat of the hegemon and Haltz. Rising and threatening neophyte with scepter, whence comest thou? Promoted by Kirux, one come from between the 2 pillars, and I seek the hidden knowledge in the name of Adonai. The great angel Metatron answered and said, I am the angel of the presence divine. The wise man gazeth upon the material universe, and he beholdeth therein the luminous image of the Creator. Not as yet canst thou bear the fullness of that light. Return, for thou canst not pass by. Neophyte conducted back to pillars. Let the neophyte advance by the straight and narrow way, which inclineth neither to the right hand nor to the left. Hierophant comes in front of altar facing west. Kirux leads neophyte up the center of the temple towards the altar. Hyrius and hegemon both come forward and threaten neophyte as before, one on his right front and one on his left front. Neo, Mero, the Zelator ritual 1=10 Whence comest thou? I come from between the pillars, and I seek the hidden knowledge in the name of Adonai. Hierophant comes forward and extends his scepter towards Neophyte's forehead, as if interposing between him and the Hiereus and the hegemon. The latter cross points of sword and scepter above Hierophant's scepter. But the great angel Sandalphon spake and said, I am the reconciler for earth, and the soul of the celestial therein, equally is form invisible in thick darkness or in blinding light. I am the left-hand cherub of the ark and the feminine power, as Metatron is the right cherub and the masculine, and I am the preparer of the pathway with the light divine. Hiereus and hegemon step back, the one on the north and the other on the south of the altar and face west. Taking Neophyte by the right hand with his left and pointing towards the altar and the diagram of the flaming sword of the cherubim, Fig. 12, thereon. And Tetragrammaton placed at the east of the Garden of Eden the cherubim and a flaming sword, which turneth every way to keep the way of the tree of life. I have much pleasure in now conferring upon you the secret signs and tokens of the 1=10 of Zelator. They consist of a step, a sign, a grip, or token, a grand word, a mystic number and a password formed therefrom. The step is given. Note, this portion is blank in the original manuscript. Regardie, 1938, gives 6x6 showing that you have passed the threshold. The sign is given by raising the right arm to an angle of 45 degrees. This relates to my position when I interposed between you and the guardians. The secret rituals of the golden dawn of the paths. The grip or token is given thus, by grasping fingers, the thumbs touching to form a triangle. This is the distinguishing grip of the first order and refers to the 10 Sephiroth. The grand word is Adonai Haaretz and means Adonai, the Lord of the earth, to which element this grade is particularly referred. The mystic number is 55, and from it the password of the grade is derived, which is Nun-He, meaning ornament. It is to be lettered separately when given. The badge of this grade, which you will henceforth be entitled to wear, is the sash of the neophyte with a narrow white border and a red cross within the triangle, and the numbers 1 and 10 within a circle and a square respectively left and right of the apex of the triangle, thus, 1=10. Fig. 27. The 3 portals facing you in the east are the gates of the paths which conduct to the inner order leading to the 3 other grades, which with the 1=10 and the 0=0 of neophyte, form the first and lower order of the fraternity. Furthermore, they represent the paths which connect the 10th Sephirah, Makuth, with the other 9 Sephiroth. The letters Tau, Kof, and Shin, by which they are distinguished, make the word Kazhataba, the rainbow of promise stretched above the earth. The drawing of the flaming sword of the cherubim is the representation of the guardians of the gate of Eden, as the Hiereus and the hegemon symbolize the 2 paths of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. You will observe that in this grade the red cross is placed within the white triangle on the altar, and that it is thus the same symbol as that borne on the banner of the west, Figs. 5 and. The triangle refers to the 3 paths connecting Makuth with the other Sephiroth, while the cross is the hidden knowledge of the divine nature, which is obtained by their aid, and the cross and triangle together represent life in light. This grade, as I before observed, is especially referred to the element of earth, and therefore the great watchtower or tablet of the north forms one of its principal emblems, indicating the earth tablet, Fig. 11. This is known as the third or Great Northern Quadrangle, or Tablet of Earth, and it is one of the 4 great tablets delivered to Enoch by the great angel Abbe. It is divided within itself into 4 lesser angles. The mystic letters upon it represent various divine and angelic names. From it are drawn the holy secret names of God, Mor, Dial, Tga, which are borne upon the banners of the north, and the numberless names of archangels, angels, and spirits of all kinds which belong to the element earth. Kirux hands Philphot cross to the Hierophant, Fig. 14. You will observe that the Hermetic cross, which is also known as the cross Philphot, hammer of Thor, the swastika cross, and the talisman of the arms, is formed of 17 squares taken from a square of 25 squares. These 17 fitly represent the sun, the 4 elements and the 12 signs of the zodiac. In this grade the lights on the pillars are unshaded, showing that you have quitted the darkness of the outer. 6. You will now quit the temple for a short time to meditate on what you have already learned, and on your return the ceremony of your reception in the second point of this grade will be proceeded with. Neo, Mero, the secret rituals of the Golden Dawn. Later ritual ceremony of advancement. Second point, Fig 15, Frater Kirux, you have my command to admit the neophyte on his giving the proper alarm. Fratra Stoli Stes and Data Ushas assist the Kirux in the reception. Kirux goes out to neophyte and instructs him to give the alarm, EKKKEK, on his doing so, Kirux admits him. Stoli Stes and Data Ushas join Kirux at door. Frater XYZ, as in the 0 equals 0 of neophyte, you came from the outer world into the porchway or entrance to the world of occult science, so now the progress you have made admits you to a further knowledge. The 0 equals 0 of neophyte represents the porchway of the temple, and the 1 equals 10 of later admits you into the holy place. Without the door of the tabernacle or the entrance into the holy place stood the altar of burnt offering, whereon were offered the sacrifice of animals, which symbolized the Qliputh, or evil demons which inhabit the plane contiguous to that of the material universe. Data Ushas comes forward, senses neophyte in silence and returns to place. Between the altar of burnt offering and the entrance to the holy place stood the laver of brass, wherein the priest washed before entering the tabernacle. It was a symbol of the waters of creation. Stoli Stes comes forward and signs a cross on forehead of neophyte in silence and returns to place. Having passed the altar of burnt offering and the laver of brass, the priest then entered the holy place. The later ritual 1 equals 10 105. Hiereus removes his chair from between them and stands facing neophyte, guarding the path with his sword. Thou canst not pass between the pillars without giving the signs and grip of a neophyte. Neophyte gives them and passes between the pillars. Hiereus resumes seat. Thou canst not enter the holy place without the signs and grip of a zelator. Neophyte gives them. Kirux resumes seat. Hegemon leads candidate to north. On the northern side of the holy place stood the table of shewbread. Fig. 16, the symbolic drawing before you represents its occult meaning. The 12 circles show the 12 signs of the zodiac, while the lamp in the center is symbolic of the sun, which is the source of heat and light. The 4 triangles, whose 12 angles touch one of the 12 circles, are those of fire, earth, air, and water, and allude to the triplicities of the zodiac signs. The triangle within each of the 12 circles alludes to the 3 decanates or phases of 10 degrees of each sign. On one side of each triangle is the permutation of the divine name of Yod, He, Va, He, tetragrammation, which is referred to that particular sign, while on the opposite side is the name of one of the 12 tribes, which is also attributed to it. The Hebrew alphabet, with which you are now well acquainted, is divided into 3 mother or fundamental letters: Aleph, Mem, Shin, 7 duplicated or double letters: Beth, Gimel, Daleth, Kaf, Pe, Resh, Tau, and 12 single letters: He, Va, Zayin, Cheth, Taith, Yod, Lamed, Nun, Samak, Ayin, Zadi, Kov, which latter are each referred to one of the signs of the zodiac. These are the single Hebrew letters placed at the bases of the small triangles. The 4 smaller. The secret rituals of the Golden Dawn circles in the inner circle contain the names of the 4 angels, Michael, Gabriel, Uriel, and Raphael, and the cherubic emblems of the lion, man, bull, and eagle. The pentagram in the center is the representative of the letter He, which is the symbol of Makkah, the bride of the Kabbalistic microposopus and of the alchemical queen. The whole figure represents the rose of creation and is a synthesis of the visible universe. Furthermore, the 12 circles represent the 12 foundations of the holy city of the Apocalypse, while in the Christian symbolism the sun and the 12 signs are referred to Christ and the 12 apostles. Hegemon resumes his seat. Hiereus comes forward and conducts candidate to the south. On the southern side of the holy place stood the 7-branched candlestick, Fig. 17, and the symbolic drawing before you represents its occult meaning. The 7 circles which surround the heptagram represent the 7 planets and the 7 Kabbalistic palaces of Asiya, the material world, which answer to the 7 apocalyptic churches which are in Asia or Asiya. As these again allude to the 7 lamps of fire before the throne, on a higher plane. Within each circle is a triangle to represent the threefold idea operating in all things. On the right side is the Hebrew name of the archangel which governs the planet, on the left side is the name of the planet itself, while the Hebrew letter beneath the base is one of the 7 duplicated or double letters of the Hebrew alphabet, which are referred to the 7 planets. The heptagram, Fig 18, itself refers to the 7 days of the week and shows how their order is derived from that of the 7 planets when placed at the angles of a heptagram. The lamp in the center represents the astral light of the universe. The Zelator ritual 1 equals 10 107 concentrated to a focus by the planets, and as the 7 golden candlesticks of the Kabbalistic apocalypse answer to the 7 planetary spheres, so do the 7 stars of the same vision represent the 7 archangels who rule them, for the 7 stars are the angels of the 7 churches and the 7 candlesticks which thou sawest are the 7 churches. Hiereus returns to his seat. Hierophant comes forward and conducts neophyte to the altar. Taking censer from Daedalus and swinging it before the altar, within the mystic veil which separates the Holy of Holies from the holy place stood the Ark of the Covenant. Before the veil stood the altar of incense, Fig 19, of which the altar now before you is the symbolic representation. It was in the form of a double cube, thus representing material form, as the reflection and duplication of that which is spiritual. The sides of the altar together with the top and underside consist of 10 squares, thus symbolizing the 10 Sephiroth, of which the basal one will be Makuth, the realization of the rest upon the material plane and behind which the others are concealed. For were this double cube raised in the air above your head, you would see but the single square forming the lowest side, the others from that position being concealed from you. Just so behind the material universe lies the concealed form of the majesty of God. The altar of incense was overlaid with gold to represent the highest degree of purity, but the altar before you is black to represent the terrestrial earth. Learn thus to separate the pure from the impure, the refined and spiritual gold of the alchemists from the black dragon of putrefaction and evil. Upon the cubical altar were 3 things: fire, Kirux, marrow, the secret rituals of the golden dawn, water and incense, which are symbolized by the 3 circles at the angles of the triangles bearing the Hebrew names and the alchemical symbols of the 3 elements of fire, water, and air, to which the 3 mother letters of the Hebrew alphabet Aleph, Mem, and Shin are respectively referred. The meaning of the cross within the triangle was explained to you in the first point. I now congratulate you on having attained to the 1 equals 10 of Zelator, and in recognition thereof I confer upon you the mystic title of Paraclinus de Faustus, which signifies that you are yet far from the goal which has been reached by the complete initiates, and I give you the symbol of Eretz, which is the Hebrew name for the earth. The word Zelator is said to be derived from the Egyptian Zal-Athor, signifying searcher of nature, but others assign to it the meaning of the zealous student, whose first duty is to blow the fire beneath the alchemist's crucible. Hierophant returns to his throne, Kirux conducts the new Zelator to a seat. Frater Kirux *, you have my command to declare that the neophyte has been duly admitted to the 1 equals 10 grade of Zelator. Coming to Hierophant's right as usual, * in the name of Adonai and by command of the very honored Hierophant, hear yet all that I proclaim, that Frater XYZ, having made sufficient progress in the study of occult science, has been duly admitted to the 1 equals 10 grade of Zelator. And that he has received the mystic title of Paraclinus de Faustus and the symbol of Eretz. In the 1 equals 10 grade of Zelator the mystic symbolism of the 10th Sephira, Makuth, is shown, with which this grade is especially connected, as well as the 10th part of the Sefer Yetzirah. Among other mystic titles, Makuth has that of Shar, the gate, which by metathesis makes Ashur, meaning the number 10. It is also called in Chaldee, Thora, the gate, which has the same number as the great name Adonai, fully written by its letters Aleph, Daleth, Nun, Yod. Aleph, lamed, Pe Daleth, lamed, Tau 1:30:84.30.400 Nun, Va, Nun Yod, Va, Daleth 50.6.5010.6.4 equals 671, which both equal 671 in total numeration. It is also called, the gates of death, the gates of the shadow of death, the gates of tears, the gates of justice, the gates of prayer, and the gates of the daughter of the mighty ones. It is also the gate of the Garden of Eden and the Superior Mother, and in Christian symbolism it is connected with the three holy women at the foot of the cross. The 10th path of the Sefer Yetzirah, which answereth unto Machath, is called the resplendent intelligence, because it is exalted above every head and sitteth upon the throne of Bina. It illuminateth the splendor of all the lights of the Zohar of the Marath Me'aroth, and causeth the current of divine influx to descend from the Prince of Countenances, the great Archangel, Metatron. Frater XYZ, before you are eligible for advancement to the next higher grade of the order, you must make yourself perfect in the following subjects. 1. The names and alchemical symbols of the three principles of nature. 2. The metals attributed in alchemy to the 7 planets. 3. The names of the alchemical particular principles, the sun and moon of the philosophers, the green lion, the king and queen. Kirux, marrow, the secret rituals of the golden dawn. 4. The names and astrological value of the 12 houses of heaven. 5. The names, astrological symbols, and values of the aspects of the planets. 6. The meaning of the Querent and Kazite. 7. The 4 great classes of astrology. 8. The arrangement of the 10 Sephiroth, Hebrew and English, in the Tree of Life. This is especially important. 9. The 3 pillars of the same. 10. The names of the 4 orders of elemental spirits. 11. The names of and descriptions of the cherubim. 12. The meaning of the laver and great altar of burnt offerings of the sacrifice and of the kliputh or shells. 13. The names of the 10 heavens of Asaya, in Hebrew and English. 14. The names of the 4 Kabbalistic worlds, Hebrew and English. 15. The names of the 22 tarot trumps and 4 suits. When you are thoroughly and genuinely perfect, you must certify the same by letter to the scribe as in the preceding degree. Closing asterisk assist me to close the temple in the 1 equals 10 z later. Frater Kirux, see that the temple is properly guarded. Done, asterisk very honored Hierophant, the temple is properly guarded. Asterisk let us adore the Lord and King of earth. All face east. Adoration, Adonai Haaretz, Adonai Melech, blessed by thy name unto countless ages. Amen. All salute. All officers go to the north and form as M. The Zelator Ritual 1 equals 10 111 opening. Earth Tablet Salt Marrow Heg. H. Mirius. Dad. Kirux. Stahl. Let us rehearse the prayer of the gnomes or earth spirits. Prayer of the gnomes, invisible King of all kings, thou who hast taken the earth for thy footstool and who has excavated abysses therein to fill them with thine almighty power. Thou whose name maketh the vaults in the universe to tremble. Thou who causeth the 7 metals to flow in the veins of stone. Monarch of the 7 lights, enumerator of the subterranean workers, lead us, we pray thee, unto the desirable air and unto the kingdom of light. We watch and we labor without rest. We seek and we hope for thee. By the 12 stones of the holy city. By the talisman concealed therein. And by the axis of the lodestone, which traverseth the center of the earth, O Lord, O Lord, O Lord. Have pity on those who suffer. Widen our chests, disengage and elevate our heads. Enlarge our forms. O thou who art the equilibrium of stability and movement. O day, enveloped in night. O darkness, veiled in brilliance. O thou, our Master who never keepeth back unto thyself the wages of thy workmen. O silver whiteness, O golden glory. O crown of living and harmonious diamond. O thou who wearest the heavens on thy finger, like a ring of sapphire. Mirius, Heg, the secret rituals of the golden dawn, thou who hidest beneath the earth in the kingdom of stone, the marvelous seeds of the stars. Live, reign and be the eternal dispenser of the riches, of which thou hast made us the guardians. Making in the air the banishing circle and pentagram in front of the earth tablet. Depart yet in peace unto your habitations, may the blessing of Adonai rest with you. Be there peace between us and you, and be you ready to come when ye are called. All return to places. In the name of Adonai Eretz, I declare this temple closed in the 1=10 of Z later. Doc OKKK asterisk KKKKKKKK asterisk KRKKKKK cock OK. The second instructions a cursory look at the list of homework given to the Zelator and compared with that given to the neophyte will indicate that the candidate was now expected to get down to a study of occult science in a much more detailed style than before. It was necessary to become familiar with the basic terminology of a new and generally unfamiliar subject. Without learning the meanings of the symbols used in the more advanced rituals, initiation in an inner sense would be impossible. Probably, it was thus that the order disintegrated, by initiating too many persons who did not understand or bother to unveil the deeper meanings of these symbols. The material contained in the second knowledge lecture now follows, but in a revised and simplified form. 1. The names and symbols of the three alchemical principles are: sulfur being the spiritual principle of nature, mercury being the mental principle of nature, salt being the earthy principle of nature. These correspond approximately to the spirit, soul, and body of the Christian teachings. 2. The metals attributed to the planets are lead, Saturn, tin, Jupiter, iron, Mars, gold, Sun, copper, Venus, Mercury, silver, moon. $8. The various principles used in alchemy are generally referred to the stages of the work of purification, whether this be of pure chemical processes or of the soul, so Atwood, 1920, and others suggest. Sol Philosophorum was the pure living spirit of gold, the refined essence of heat and fire. The symbol of spirit is fire, and the symbol may also be the serpent, the dragon, or the lion, red, green or black. Luna Philosophorum was the living spirit of silver, the refined essence of heat and moisture. The sun was indicative of the active factor and the moon of the passive. The colors red, green, and black represented the stages of work. Black was death, putrefaction, and decay, green was the more active stage of work, and red indicated the nearing of completion. The king, especially when red, suggested the Kabbalistic microprosopis and was analogous to gold, the sun, or Tifereth. This first key is the principal part of the whole art. This opens the first gate, this will also unlock the last, which leads to the palace of the king. The queen, on the other hand, and especially when white, represents the bride of the microprosopis and is analogous to silver, the moon, or Makkah. Again, these two suggest the active and the passive. It should be remembered that the writers on alchemy appear to be very jumbled in their terminology, partly in order to confuse the uninitiated. At the time this was necessary, as most scientific or occult researches would have been considered heresy. In order to understand the subject, it is first necessary to read a fairly simple introduction, such as Garstin, 1930, before attempting to tackle the more abstruse books. For in the previous instruction the names of the houses and planets were given at this point, the student now having to learn the meanings as well. No. Sign keyword house 1 Aries initiative early environment PS Taurus earthiness finance 3 Gemini intellectuality travel 4 Cancer tenacity old age 5 Leo vitality children. Na. Sign keyword house 6 Virgo service health a Libra balance marriage 8 Scorpio healing, sex death 9 Sagittarius aspiration mind 10 Capricorn ambition social standing 11 Aquarius scientific methods friends 4 Pisces mysticism sorrow _____. These keywords indicate only briefly the main character of the signs. In casting a horoscope, the houses are fixed, but the signs move, thus altering the influence of their values. The signs represent the fixed or static forces which modify and color the action of the planets in their orbits and the relative positions as shown in the charts. 5. The planets on the other hand represent the driving forces applied to the subject of the horoscope and are to some extent modified by the signs in which they are placed. The basic powers of both the planets and the signs can be either positive or negative, depending on whether they are associated with powerful or weak aspects. The keyword attributes of the planets are as follows: Sun life, Moon change, Mercury reason, Venus attraction, Mars dynamic energy, Jupiter ideation, Saturn contraction, Uranus sudden action, Neptune occultism. 6. The querent in horary astrology is he or she who inquires or asks the question or desires the result of any event. The querent is always represented by the first house and its lord. The Kazite is the person or thing inquired about. 7. Lilly in 1647, Bond's edition, 1895, gave 4 classes of astrology, namely, horary, atmospherical, mundane and nativities. So much has the art developed that Leo, 1929, gives 7 branches: esoteric, natal, medical, horary, national, astrometeorological, and spiritual, each of which headings is self-explanatory. 8. The arrangement of the 10 Sephiroth on the Tree of Life has already been described in chapters 4 and 5, so there is no point in repeating it here. 9. The 3 pillars on the Tree of Life are obvious if the diagram of the paths on the tree is studied. The grouping of the Sephiroth falls naturally into 3 columns. These represent, in the center or middle pillar, the point of balance, and between the pillar of mercy on the right and the pillar of severity on the left, male and female respectively. These are utilized in one of the more advanced grades. 10. The 4 orders of the elemental spirits are: 1. Gnomes, the spirits of the earth. 2. Sylphs, the spirits of the air. 3. Undines, the spirits of the water. 4. Salamanders, the spirits of the fire. For further information see Wentz, 1911. 11. The cherubim are the living powers of tetragrammation on the material plane and the presidents of the 4 elements: cherub of air, man, Aquarius, east, cherub of fire, lion, Leo, south, cherub of earth, bull, Taurus, north, cherub of water, eagle, Scorpio, west. These have reference to the points of the compass, and if small figures of these signs are placed in a room in their appropriate positions, they can produce a restful effect. Scorpio in its older aspect was symbolized by its more beneficial side and was represented by an eagle's head. The tetragrammaton refers to the 4-lettered name and has reference to the great unpronounceable name of God, which is symbolized by Jehovah, Yod-Heh-Vah-He. 12. The laver of the water of purification refers to the water of Rena, the female power reflected in the waters of creation. The great altar of burnt offering for the sacrifice of animals symbolizes the Qliphoth or evil demons of the plane, contiguous to and below the material universe. It suggests that our passions should be sacrificed. The Qliphoth are the evil demons of matter and the shells of the dead. 13. The 10 heavens or houses of Asaya are: 1. Primum mobile Rashith Ha-Gilgalim. 2. Sphere of the zodiac Mazlith. 3. Sphere of Saturn Shabbatai. 4. Sphere of Jupiter Tzedek. 5. Sphere of Mars Madam. 6. Sphere of Sol Shemesh. 7. Sphere of Venus Noga. 8. Sphere of Mercury Kakab. 9. Sphere of Luna Lavana. 10. Sphere of the elements Olam Yesoduth. 14. The names of the 4 Kabbalistic worlds are: Atziluth archetypal pure deity, Braya creative archangelic, Yetzirah formative angelic, Asaya action matter, man, shells, and demons. 15. There are 4 suits in a tarot pack, namely wands, cups, swords, and pentacles. There are 22 trump cards, usually designated by Roman numerals: the Fool 11. Justice, Strength, L. The Juggler 12. The Hanged Man Il. The High Priestess Shiu. Death Il. The Empress 14. Temperance 4. The Emperor PV. The Devil V. The Hierophant 16. Tower struck by lightning 6. The Lovers 17. The Starville. The Chariot 18. The Moon Vui. Strength, Justice, 19. The Sun 9. The Hermit, Prudence, XX. The Last Judgment X. The Wheel of Fortune XXI. The Universe. Theoreticus Ritual 2 equals 9 wanted for 32nd path, Fig 20, Cubical Cross, Fig 22. Tarot Key XXI, The Universe. Air Tablet, Fig 21. Garden of Eden and Holy City, Fig 23, Gehenna, Fig 28. Pentacle, Fig 33. Antied for the 2 equals 9 grade, Fig 24, Caduceus, Fig 25. Portals, 30 Resh, 25 Samak, 28 Sati, 32 Tau. Altar diagram of the path, Fig 1. Lightning flash, Fig 12. Camea of Luna, Fig 34. Sigils. Luna on the tree, Fig 35. Lineal figures, Fig 30. Alchemical Sephiroth, Fig 29. 10 geomantic figures, Fig 32. 11 Sash of Theoreticus, Fig 27. OB050S of YSOASSEE opening, temple arranged as for the 32nd path. Members assembled and clothed. Hiero, asterisk fratra and sorors of the Order of the Golden Dawn in the outer, assist me to open the temple in the 2 equals 9 grade of Theoreticus. Frater Kirux, see that the temple is properly guarded. Done, Kirux, asterisk very honored Hierophant, the temple is. Mirius, Hiero, e.g., A.E. Mirius, Mero, Heg, Mero, Mirius, Mero, Theoreticus Ritual 2 equals 9 119 properly guarded. Honored Hierius, see that none below the grade of Theoreticus are present. Fratra and sorors, give the signs of 2 equals 9. Done, very honored Hierophant, all present have attained the grade of Theoreticus. Saluting, honored Hegemon, to what particular element is this grade attributed? To the element of air. Honored Hierius, to what planet does this grade especially refer? To the moon. Honored Hegemon, what path is attached to this grade? The 32nd path of Tau. Honored Hierius, to what does it allude? To the universe as composed of the 4 elements, to the cherubim, the Qliphoth, the astral plane and the reflection of the sphere of Saturn. Asterisk, all rise and face east. Let us adore the Lord and King of Air. Making invoking pentacle and circle with scepter towards east. Adoration, Shaddai El Chai, Almighty and ever-living, be thy name ever magnified in the life of all. Amen. All salute. Hierophant remains facing east. Mirius advances to the east and halts. Hegemon and Kirux advance to east and stand on right and left in the rear of the Hierophant, respectively, and outside the pillars. All face east. Hierophant makes the invoking pentagram with his scepter in the air. And Elohim said, let us make Adam in our own image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fowl of the air. In the name of Yod-Heh-Vahi and in the name of Shaddai El Chai, spirits of the air, adore your Creator. Mirius, Heg, Mero, the secret rituals of the Golden Dawn, taking the pentacle from before the tablet and making therewith the sign Aquarius in the before it. In the name of Raphael, the great archangel of air, and in the sign of the man, spirits of air, adore your Creator. Making the sign Aquarius with the pentacle. In the names and letters of the great eastern quadrangle, revealed unto Enoch by the angel Abbe, spirits of the air, adore your Creator. Holding the pentacle on high. In the 3 great secret names of God, born on the banner of the east, Oro, Ibah, Ahb spirits of air, adore your Creator. In the name of Batavia, great King of the east, spirits of air, adore your Creator. Replaces pentacle. All return to places. In the name of Shaddai El Chad, I declare the temple open in the 2 equals 9 of Theoreticus. KKKKKKKKRKKKKKKKKKKKKKKKK ceremony of advancement. 32nd path, temple arranged for ritual of 32nd path, as in diagram. The temple is darkened. Asterisk fratra and sorors are frater or soror, XYZ, having made such progress in the paths of occult science as has enabled him, or her, to pass the examination in the requisite knowledge, is now eligible for advancement to the grade of Theoreticus, and I have duly received a dispensation from the very honored chiefs of the second order to advance him, or her, in due form. Honored hegemon, superintend the preparation of the zelator and give the customary alarm. Chirux places fan by Hierophant, lamp by hegemon, cup by Hiereus and salt by his own place, all being at the right hand of the officers. Marrow, _zelator, Marrow, Theoreticus Ritual 2 = 9/121, hegemon rises, salutes Hierophant, quits temple and sees that the zelator is prepared as follows, wearing the sash of 1 = 10, hoodwinked and with solid cubical Greek cross formed of 22 squares with the letters of the Hebrew alphabet written thereon in the right hand. Takes zelator by the left hand and gives an alarm of, saying, quit the material and seek the spiritual. Chirux thereupon opens door and admits them. Conduct the zelator to the east. Done, and zelator once placed before the pillars, Chirux at zelator's left, hegemon at right. Chirux takes the cubical cross from zelator. To zelator, give me the steps, sign, grip, or token, grand word, mystic number and password formed therefrom of the 1 = 10 of zelator. Done, prompted by hegemon, if necessary. Give me also the mystic, title and symbol which you received in that grade. Done, Frater Periclinus de Faustus, or Saurer Perkline, do you solemnly pledge yourself to maintain the same strict secrecy regarding the mysteries of the 32nd path and of the 2 = 9 grade of Theoreticus, which you have already sworn to maintain respecting those of the preceding grades? A. Chirux hands cubical cross to zelator. Then you will stretch out your right hand, holding the cubical cross towards heaven, and say, I swear by the firmament of heaven. Done, zelator repeating the words. Let the hoodwink be removed. Done, whereupon the zelator discovers for the first time that the temple is in partial darkness. Hegemon returns to his place in the south, leaving Chirux in charge of zelator. Stretch forth your right hand, holding the cubical cross towards the east, in the position of the Chirux, Mirius, Marrow, Chirux, Marrow, Chirux, Marrow, the secret rituals of the Golden Dawn zelator sign, saying let the powers of air witness my pledge. Done, the ritual of the 32nd path, to zelator, * facing you are the portals of the 31st, 32nd and 29th paths leading to the 3 other grades which are beyond. The only path now open to you, however, is the 32nd, which leads to the 2 = 9 grade of Theoreticus and which you must traverse before arriving at that degree. Take in your right hand the cubical cross and in your left hand the banner of light. Jai-wing him the banner of the east, and follow your guide, Anubis, the guardian, who leads you from the material to the spiritual. Anubis, the guardian, said unto the aspirant, let us enter into the presence of the Lord of Truth. Arise and follow me. Leads the zelator between the columns, turns to the right and circumambulates the hall. As they are going round for the first time, the Sphinx of Egypt spake and said, I am the synthesis of the elemental forces. I am also the symbol of man. I am life and I am death. I am the child of night of time. As Chirux and zelator approach the east, the Hierophant steps from between the columns and bars their passage. With banner of the west in left hand and fan in right, the priest with the mask of Osiris spake and said, Thou canst not pass the gate of the eastern heaven unless thou canst tell me my name. For candidate, thou art Nu, goddess of the firmament of air. Thou art Harmachhu, lord of the eastern sun. In what signs and symbols do ye come? In the letter Aleph, with the banner of light and the symbol of equated forces. Falling back and signing Aquarius before zelator. With fan. In the sign of man, child of air, thou art purified. Pass thou on. Gives banner of the west to Chirux, who hands it to hegemon as he passes him. Kirux and Z later circumambulate temple for the second time, following the course of the Sunday. As they are going round for the second time, Osiris, the soul in twin aspect, united to the higher by purification, perfected in suffering, glorified through trial. I have come from where the great gods are, through the power of the mighty name. Barring the way in the south, with red lamp in right hand and banner of the west in left, the priest with the mask of the lion spake and said, Thou canst not pass the gate of the southern heaven, unless thou canst tell me my name. For candidate, Mao, the lion, very powerful lord of fire, is thy name. Thou art Ra, the sun in his strength. In what signs and symbols do ye come? In the letter Shin, with the banner of the east and the symbol of the cubical cross. Falling back and signing Leo before the Z later with lamp, in the sign of the lion, child of fire, thou art purified. Pass thou on. Takes the place of Kirux, who returns to his seat in the north. Hegemon leads Z later round the temple for a third time, giving banner of the west to Hyrius as he passes. As they are going round for the third time, I have passed through the gates of the firmament. Give me your hands, for I am made as yet. Hail unto ye, ye lords of truth. Ye are the formers of the soul. Barring the way in the west with cup of water in right hand and banner of the west in left, the priest with the mask of the eagle spake and said, Thou canst not pass the gate of the western. Mirius, Heg, Mirius, Kirux, Heg, Kirux, Heg, Kirux, the secret rituals of the golden dawn heaven, unless thou canst tell me my name. For candidate, Heka, mistress of Hesser, ruler of water, is thy name. Thou art Toum, the setting sun. In what signs and symbols do ye come? In the letter Mem, in the banner of light and the symbol of the 22 letters. Falling back and signing eagle before the Z later with cup of water, in the sign of the eagle, child of water, thou art purified. Pass thou on. Giving banner of the west to Hegemon, who leaves it with Kirux as he passes him. Hegemon leads Z later round the temple for the fourth time. O Lord of the universe, thou art above all things, and thy name is in all things, and before thee the shadows of night roll back and the darkness hasteth away. Barring the way in the north with plate of salt in right hand and banner of the west in left hand, the priest with the mask of the ox spake and said, Thou canst not pass the gate of the northern heaven unless thou canst tell me my name. For candidate, Sodom, in the abode of Shu, the bull of the earth, is thy name. Thou art Kephra, the sun at night. In what signs and symbols do ye come? In the letters Aleph, Mem, Shin, and in the symbols of the banner and cross. Falling back and signing Torrens before the Z later with plate of salt, in the sign of the head of the ox, child of the elements, thou art purified. Pass thou on. Hegemon and Kirux conduct Z later to the foot of the pillars. Hierophant takes back the banners and returns them to their places. Hegemon and Kirux turn up the light so as to make the temple light, and return to their respective places. Fan, lamp, cup, and salt are replaced by them on the altar. Taking the cubical cross from the candidate, Fig 22, the cubical cross is a fitting emblem of the equilibrated forces of the elements. It is composed of 22 squares externally, thus referring to the 22 letters which are placed thereon. 22 are the letters of the eternal voice in the vault of heaven, in the depth of earth, in the abyss of water, in the all-presence of fire. Heaven cannot speak their fullness, earth cannot utter it. Yet hath the Creator bound them in all things. He hath mingled them through water, he hath distributed them through the planets, he hath assigned them the 12 constellations of the zodiac. Places the cubical cross aside. The 32nd path of the Sefer Yetzirah, which answereth unto the letter Tau, is called the administrative intelligence, and it is so called because it directeth and associateth, in all their operations, the 7 planets, even all of them in their own due courses. To it therefore is attributed the due knowledge of the 7 abodes of Asiya, the material world, which are symbolized in the Apocalypse by the 7 churches. It refers to the universe as composed of the 4 elements, to the cherubim, to the qliphoth, and to the astral plane. It is the reflection of the sphere of Saturn. It represents the connecting and binding link between the material and formative worlds, Asaya and Yetzirah, and of necessity passes through the astral plane, the abode of the elementals, the qliphoth, and the shells of the dead. It is the rending of the veil of the tabernacle, whereon the cherubim and palm trees are depicted. It is the passing of the gate of Eden. Leads later to the west of the altar. These ideas are symbolically resumed in the representation of the 21st key of the tarot, the universe, before you. Within the oval formed of 72 circles is a female form. The secret rituals of the Golden Dawn nude, save for a scarf which floats round her. She is crowned with the lunar crescent of Isis and holds in each hand a wand. Her legs form a cross. She is the bride of the Apocalypse, the Kabbalistic queen of the Canticles, the Egyptian Isis of nature, now shown partly unveiled. The great feminine cherubic angel, Sandalphon, on the left hand of the mercy seat of the ark. The wands are the directing forces of the positive and negative currents. The 7-pointed star, a heptagram, alludes to the 7 palaces of Asaya, the crossed legs to the symbol of the 4 letters of the name. The surmounting crescent receives alike the influence of Gedula and Gebera. She is the synthesis of the 32nd path, uniting Makath to Yesod. The oval of the 72 circles is the Skemamphorash, or the 72-fold name of the deity. The 12 larger circles form the zodiac. At the angles are the 4 cherubim, which are the vivified powers of the letters of the name Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh, operating in the elements through which you have just symbolically passed in the preceding ceremony. The fan, lamp, cup, and salt represent the 4 elements themselves, whose inhabitants are the Sylphs, salamanders, undines, and gnomes. Be thou therefore prompt and active as the Sylphs, but avoid frivolity and caprice. Be thou energetic and strong like the salamanders, but avoid irritability and ferocity. Be thou flexible and attentive to images like the undines, but avoid idleness and changeability. Be thou laborious and patient like the gnomes, but avoid grossness and avarice. So shall thou gradually develop the powers of the soul and fit thyself to command the spirits of the elements. The altar, as in the preceding degrees, represents the material universe, and on its right is the Garden of Eden, symbolized by the tablet of Hegemon, and on the left is Gehenna, the abode. Theoreticus Ritual 2 equals 9/127 of the shells, symbolized by the tablet of the Cherux. These officers will now explain these drawings. Hierophant returns to his place and Hegemon leads later to the Eden tablet, Fig. 23. The drawing before you shows in part the occult symbolism of the Garden of Eden and the holy city of the Apocalypse. The outer circle is the enclosing paradisiacal wall, guarded by the cherubim and the flame, and the 7 squares are the 7 mansions thereof, or the 7 spheres. Whereon tetragrammation Elohim planted every tree which is pleasant and good for food, symbolized by the palm trees wrought upon the veil of the tabernacle and the door of the Holy of Holies in the temple. But in the midst is the tree of life, the throne of God and of the Lamb. 12 are the foundations and 12 are the gates, shown by the 12 entrances in the drawing. The 4 streams rising from one central fountain are the rivers of Eden, referring to the 4 elements proceeding from the omniscient Spirit. Leads later to his tablet, Fig. 28, the drawing before you represents the 7 infernal mansions and the 4 seas. The first circle represents the waters of tears, the second, the waters of creation, the third the waters of the ocean and the fourth, the false sea. In the inner circles are, on the right hand, the 7 earths, which are Eretz, Adamah, Gia, Neskia, Tsia, Ariga, Thebal or Child, Marrow, Zel, Marrow. The secret rituals of the Golden Dawn on the left hand are the 7 infernal habitations, which are Sheol, Abaddon, Tidahayan. Bar Shachet. Tselmoth. Sha'arimoth. Gehinan. I have now much pleasure in conferring upon you the title of Lord, or Lady, of the 32nd path. You will now quit the temple for a short time, and on your return, the ceremony of your reception in the 2=9 grade of Theoreticus will be continued. Ceremony of 2=9 of Theoreticus, temple arranged as in Fig 24. Frater Kirux, you have my command to instruct the zelator in the proper alarm and to present him with the necessary admission badge. Honored hegemon, guard the portal and admit him on giving the proper alarm. Kirux presents zelator with the diagram of the caduceus of Hermes and instructs him to give the alarm. Ha-ok-gk, hegemon opens the door and admits them. To zelator, Frater, Sarer, Perclinus, Percline, de Faustus, as in the 1=0 grade there were given. The symbolical representations of the tree of knowledge of good and evil and of the holy place, so in the 2=9 grade of Theoreticus, the copyright Sanctum Sanctorum with the ark and cherubim is shown, as well as the Garden of Eden with which it coincides, while in the 32nd path leading thereunto, through which you have just symbolically passed, the cherubic guardians were represented and the palm trees or trees of progression in the Garden of Eden. Honored hegemon, conduct the zelator. Mirius, *Hmtero, Theoreticus Ritual 2=9 129 to the west and place him thus before the portal of the 32nd path by which he has symbolically entered. Done. Zelator faces to the east, Kirux returns to his place. By what symbol dost thou enter herein? For zelator, by the peculiar emblem of the Kirux, which is the caduceus of Hermes. Zelator guisit to hieros, Fig 25. The tree of life and the three mother letters are the keys wherewith to unlock the meaning of the caduceus of Hermes. The upper part of the wand rests on Kether and the wings stretch out unto Chakma and Bina, the three supernal Sephiroth. The lower seven are embraced by the serpents whose heads fall upon Chesed and Gebera. They are the twin serpents of Egypt and the currents of astral light. Furthermore, the wings and the top of the wand form the letter Shin, the symbol of fire. The heads and upper halves of the serpents form Aleph, the symbol of air, while their tails enclose Mem, the symbol of water, the fire life above, the waters of creation below and the air symbol vibrating between them. The Hierophant leaves his throne and comes to the west of the altar. Hegemon conducts zelator to him and then returns to his place in the south. The symbols before you represent alike the Garden of Eden and the Holy of Holies. Before you stands the tree of life, formed of the 10 Sephiroth and their connecting paths into its complete symbolism. It is impossible here to enter, for it is the key of all things when rightly understood. Upon each Sephira are written in Hebrew its name, the divine name ruling it and those of the angels and archangels attributed thereto. The connecting paths are 22 in number and are distinguished by the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, making with the secret rituals of the Golden Dawn 10 Sephiroth themselves the 32 paths of wisdom of the Sefer Yetzirah. The course of the Hebrew letters as placed on the paths form, as you see, the symbol of the serpent of wisdom, while the natural succession of the Sephiroth forms the flaming sword and the course of the lightning flash, as shown in the drawing below. The cross within the triangle, apex downward placed upon the altar at the base of the tree of life, refers to the 4 rivers of paradise, while the angles of the triangle refer to the 3 Sephiroth Netzach, Hod, and Yesod. The 2 pillars, right and left of the tree, are the symbols of active and passive, male and female, Adam and Eve. They also allude to the pillars of fire which guided the Israelites in the wilderness. The hot and moist natures are further marked by the red lamp and the cup of water. The pillars further represent the 2 cherubim of the ark, the right Metatron, male, and the left Sandalphon, female. Above them ever burn the lamps of their spiritual essence, the higher life of which they are partakers in the eternal uncreated one. Giving sign of 2=9. Glory be unto thee, Lord of the land of life, for thy splendor filleth the universe. The 2=9 grade of Theoreticus is referred to Yesod, as the 1 equals 10 grade of Zelator is to Makuth. The path between them is assigned to the letter Tau, whose portal you now see in the west and through which you have just symbolically passed. To this grade, as to those preceding it, certain secret signs and tokens are attributed. They consist of a sign, grip, or token, grand word, mystic number and password formed therefrom. The sign is given thus: stand with the feet together and stretch both arms outward and upward, the elbows bent at right angles, the hands bent back, palms upward, as if. _hero, we dash a Theoreticus ritual 2 equals 9 131 supporting a weight. It represents you in the path of Yesod, supporting the pillars of mercy and severity. It is the classical Atlas, supporting the universe on his shoulders whom Hercules had to emulate. It is the Isis of nature supporting the heavens. The grip is that of the first order, which you received in the preceding grade. The grand word is a name of 7 letters, it is Shaddai El Chai, which means the Almighty and Living One. The mystic number is 45, and from it is formed the password, which is Mem-He, the secret name of the world of formation. It should be lettered separately when given. Unto this grade and unto the Sephirah Yesod, the 9th path of the Sephir Yetzirah is referred. It is called the pure, or clear intelligence, and it is so called because it purifieth and maketh clear the Sephiroth and amendeth the forming of their representation, their unities or harmonies wherein they combine without division. The distinguishing badge of this grade, which you will now be entitled to wear, is the sash of Zelator with the addition of a white cross above the triangle and the numbers 2 and 9 within a circle and square, respectively left and right of its summit, and beneath the triangle the number 32 between 2 narrow white lines. Maraphant proceeds to the east. Hegemon comes forward and guides Zelator hither. The portals facing you are the paths leading from this grade. That on the right connects it with the 4 equals 7, that on the left with the 3 equals 8, while the central one leads to the higher. This grade is especially referred to the element of air, and therefore the great watchtower or terrestrial tablet of the East forms one of its principal emblems. It is known as the first, or Great Eastern, quadrangle, or tablet of air, and it is one of the 4 great tablets delivered to Enoch by H. Mirius, the secret rituals of the Golden Dawn, the great angel Abbe, Fig 21. From it are drawn the 3 holy secret names of God, Oroibahajb, which are borne upon the banners of the East, and numberless divine and angelic names which appertain unto the element of air. To the moon also is this grade related. The Kamea, or mystical square, is formed of 81 squares containing the numbers from 1 to 81, arranged so as to show the same sum each way. The ruling numbers are 9, 81, 369 and 3321. This tablet, indicating it, Fig 34, shews the mystical seals and names drawn from the Kamea of the moon. The seals are formed from lines drawn to certain numbers in the square. The name answering to 9 is Hod, meaning glory. That answering to 81 is Elim, the plural of the divine name El. That answering to 369 is Casmode, the spirit of the moon. The other names are those of the ruling intelligence and spirit of the moon. On this tablet, indicating TT, Fig. 35, are shown the meaning of the lunar symbol when inscribed upon the tree of life. Thus, its crescent in increase represents the side of mercy, and in its decrease, the side of severity, while at full, it reflects the sun of Tifereth. Hierophant resumes his seat. Hegemon conducts Zelator to Hiereus. The tablet before you shews the duplicated form of the alchemical Sephiroth, Fig 29. In the first the metallic root is in Kether, lead in Chokmah, tin in Bina, gold in Gebera, iron in Tifereth, while Netzach and Nod are the places of the hermaphroditical brass. Yesod is mercury and Makuth the medicine of the metals. In the second, mercury, sulfur, and salt are referred to the 3 highest Sephiroth, the metals to the 7 lower, but in a different order. For in all things, as in supernal so in terrestrial, is the tree of life to be found, whether it be in animal, in vegetable, or in Theoreticus Ritual 2 equals 9 133 Yebthe Mineral Kingdom. FOARR, Hegemon leads Zelator to his own tablet in the south, Fig 30. This tablet shows you the geometrical lineal figures attributed to the planets. They are thus referred, the number 3 and the triangle to guard 4 square Jupiter pentagram Mars hexagram Sun heptagram Venus octagram Mercury enneagram Moon. Of these the heptagram and the octagram can be traced in 2 modes, the first in each instant being the most consonant with the nature of the planet. Hegemon resumes his seat. The Crux comes forward and conducts Zelator to his tablet in the north, Fig 32. Before you are represented the 16 figures of geomancy, which are formed from all the combinations of single and double points in 4 lines which can possibly occur. 2 are attributed to each of the planets and the remaining 2 to the Caput and Cauda Draconis. Some of them are attributed also to fire, others to air, others to earth and water. They are also classed under the signs of the zodiac. Crux conducts Zelator to the foot of the Morophant's throne. I now congratulate you upon having attained to the 2 equals 9 grade of Theoreticus, and in recognition thereof I confer upon you the mystic title of Underscorporeos, or Perea, de Rejectes, which means brought from among the rejected ones, and I give you the symbol of Ruach, which is the Hebrew name for air. Frater Crux *, you have my command to declare that the Zelator has been duly Marrow. The secret rituals of the Golden Dawn advance to the 2 equals 9 grade of Theoreticus. In the name of Shaddai El Chai, and by the command of the very honored Hierophant, hear yet all that I proclaim, that our Frater, or Sarer, XYZ, having made sufficient progress in the study of occult sciences, has been duly advanced to the grade of 2 equals 9 of Theoreticus and Lord, or Lady, of the 32nd path, and that he has received the mystic title of Pereos de Rejectes, or Perea de Rejectes, and the symbol of Ruach. Frater, or Sarer, XYZ, before you are eligible for advancement to the next higher grade you must be perfect in the following subjects: 1. The alchemical Sephiroth. 2. The meaning of the terms cucurbit, alembic, anathor, balaniun Maria, sand bath, and the philosophical egg. 3. The classification of the planets into beneficent and malefic. 4. The nature and qualities of the 7 planets. 5. The orbs of operation of the planets and of the cusps of the houses. 6. The manner of forming the 12 houses of heaven. 7. The Yetziratic division and arrangement of the Hebrew alphabet. 8. The names of deity attached to the Sephiroth. 9. The names of the archangels attached to the Sephiroth. 10. The meanings of the table of shewbread, of the candlestick and of the altar of incense. 11. The meaning of the terms intelligence and spirit, as opposed to each other. 12. The meaning of the terms astral, elemental, and planetary spirits, angel and devil. 13. The lineal figures attributed to the planets. 14. The reference of the 10 cards of each suit of the tarot to the 10 Sephiroth and of the 4 Theoreticus Ritual 2 equals 9 135 suits to the letters of the name, and to the 4 worlds of the Kabbalah. 15. The meaning of the 4 honors in each suit. 16. The reference of the 17 squares of which the cross filfot is composed. 17. The reference of the caduceus to the 3 mother letters. 18. The meaning of the caduceus on the tree of life. 19. The meaning of the moon in Gedula and Gebera on the tree of life. 20. The derivation of the order of the planets in the days of the week, from the heptagram. 21. The formation of the flaming sword on the tree of life. 22. The names and forms of the 16 figures of geomancy. When you are perfect, you must signify the same by letter to the scribe, as in the preceding degrees. Closing asterisk assist me to close the temple in the 2 equals 9 grade of Theoreticus. Frater Crux, see that the temple is properly guarded. Done, asterisk very honored Hierophant, the temple is properly guarded. Asterisk let us adore the Lord and King of air. All face east. Adoration, Shaddai El Chai, Almighty and ever-living, blessed be thy name unto the countless ages. Amen. All salute. Officers form towards east, as in opening. Let us rehearse the prayer of the SYLPHS, or air spirits asterisk, prayer of the SYLPHS, spirit of light, spirit of wisdom, whose breath giveth forth and withdraweth the form of all things, thou, before whom the life of beings is. Mirius, Heg, the secret rituals of the golden dawn but a shadow which changeth and a vapor which passeth, thou, who mountest upon the clouds and who walkest upon the wings of the wind, thou, who breathest forth thy breath and endless space is peopled, thou, who drawest in thy breath and all that comest from thee returneth unto thee, ceaseless movement in eternal stability, be thou eternally blessed. We praise thee and we bless thee in the changing empire of created light, of shades, of reflections, and of images, and we aspire without cessation unto thy immutable and imperishable brilliance. Let the ray of thine intelligence and the warmth of thy love penetrate even unto us, then that which is volatile shall be fixed, and the shadow shall be a body, the spirit of air shall be a soul, and the dream shall be a thought, and no longer shall we be swept away by the tempest, but we shall hold the bridles of the winged steeds of dawn, and we shall direct the course of the evening breeze to fly before thee. O Spirit of spirits! O eternal soul of souls! O imperishable breath of life! O creative sigh! O mouth which breathest forth and withdraweth the life of all beings in the flux and efflux of thine eternal word, which is the divine ocean of movement and of truth. Amen. Making with his scepter the banishing pentagrams in the air, in front of the tablet, Fig. Point 21. Depart yet in peace unto your habitations. May the blessing of Yod, he rest with you and be ye ready to come when ye are called star. All return to their places. In the name of Shaddai El Chai, I declare the temple closed in the 2=9 grade of Theoreticus. KKKKCK2KOKROKKOKKKKKKROKKKKKK. The third instructions at this stage the student is shown how to work out correspondences and apply them to the tree of life, with the object of bringing all things to a sort of common denominator, using the Kabbalah as a diagrammatic symbol. To follow this line of approach it is advisable to learn how to draw a correctly proportioned diagram of the tree. For this you will need some white foolscap size paper, a compass for pencil and pen, a ruler, and a drawing board. Cartridge paper is more suitable than ordinary thin paper. It can be bought in sheets and cut to the correct size, 13 inches x 9 inches, with scissors or a sharp knife. Drawing the 10 Sephiroth, first draw a fine pencil line vertically down the paper at 1 inch to the right of the center of the paper. This allows an _inch margin on the left for filing. Setting the compass at 2% in, 2 points up and 2 down from the center of the vertical line are marked. This gives 5 points equally spaced on the vertical line. Using the top 4 marks as centers, draw in pencil 4 generating circles. Next, in ink and using the 6 points of intersection of the generating circles, draw 6 circles 1% in diameter. Set compass at 5/8 inches. 4 more 1% in circles are now drawn using the points marked on the center line as centers. Omit the second mark from the top. You should have 4 circles on the center line at irregular spacing, with 3 others on each side at regular spacing. You now have a diagram of the 10 Sephiroth correctly proportioned and large enough to insert whatever names or signs you wish. To repeat or copy the diagram, all you have to do is to prick through onto another sheet of paper at the center points of the 10 circles. This will transfer the points to a fresh sheet and makes it a simple matter to duplicate the diagram as often as required. These circles should now be numbered as indicated in the table chapter 4, columns 1 and 5. E.g. 1m, idle, is number 1, 2r, ait, is no. 2l, eft, is number 3, and so on. All directions are to be taken as you look at the paper, number 2 being on your right as you look at it. The importance of this will be pointed out at a later stage. Drawing the paths. The next step is to draw in the paths. Draw a fine pencil line from the center of each Sephiroth to the next as indicated in column 4 of the paths table. On each side of these connecting lines draw an ink line from the circumference of the circles, but not penetrating them. These lines should be just over 1/8 inches. On each side of the pencil lines, giving a band of just over % in. Note that the paths numbered 14, 19, and 27 should be drawn first, as the paths behind these are cut at the points of crossing, that is, these 3 paths are shown in front. Next, number these paths neatly, kernel 5, and mark them with the Hebrew names as in kernel 2. You have now completed the diagram of the tree of life. The width of the paths should be half the radius of the Sephiroth. For those of you who find difficulty in lettering neatly, there are sets of stencils available. There are quite a range of styles and sizes. One type known as Uno, and together with special pens and ink, can be obtained through any good stationers. Ask for the catalog before choosing the style and size you require. Making a master pattern. Having become familiar with the method of drawing the correctly proportioned diagram, it will be convenient to have a smaller one to compare groups of signs, thus starting with a vertical line 6 inches high. Divide this into 4 sections 1% in. For your generating circles, the radius of the Sephiroth will then be % in. Ignore the paths unless specially required. Place the third instructions 139 this figure under a thin sheet of celluloid and cut out the underscore circles of the Sephiroth neatly with a sharp pointed knife. This master pattern will allow you to draw quickly any underscore number of small trees when required. This size allows for to be placed on a sheet of foolscap size, so as to be able to compare various arrangements of correspondences. A simple example is given in the answer to item 1 below. 1. The duplicated form of the alchemical Sephiroth. Sephira first order, second order Sephira no. Medicine of alchemical. The metals 1. Metallic root mercury, kether 2. Lead sulfur chakma.